A very good Monday morning to you. Welcome to the Sewing Quarter. I'm Natasha McCarty, and it is Make It Monday here at the Sewing Quarter. So we are, it was a little dance there. How we're starting off our Monday morning. No Monday blues here. Oh no, we like to dance. We've got all sorts of goodies for you over the next 4 hours. So grab your cup of tea, grab your coffee, join us. We've got lots for you. We've got beautiful Makower fabrics, Dashwood fabrics, Tilda fabrics. We've got all sorts for you and lots of inspiration. So this morning, it's all about making it for yourself. So whether it's flowers, whether it's beautiful bowls, whether it's English paper piecing, whether it's just a mug rug for you, that morning coffee, yes, then you can tell we've all had our coffee, can't you? Then that is what we're doing for you today. These are gifts for you to make for yourself, for the people, all those sort of inspirations that just make a present that little bit super special. And that's what we've got for you today. So starting off this morning from Dashwood Studio, we've got beautiful, beautiful collection here. Now this is your Paper Meadow by designer Gilly P. And she got her inspiration during her travels down in New Zealand. She's from Dorset, but while she was travelling down in New Zealand, she found some beautiful vintage paper samples and in a second-hand bookshop, and she just made beautiful flowers and collages, and then from that came these beautiful designs. So they were scanned in, made into these gorgeous, vibrant designs. You'll notice again, because this is a collection, because this is a range, those colours work and go so beautifully together. Now we're looking at Dashwood very kindly cut these exclusively for us into fat quarters. So we've got an 8 fat quarter bundle for you. So here they are. I just love a fat quarter bundle, don't you? So 8 of them here in these beautiful colours. My guest loves this colour. That might give away who it is this morning. And look, you've got everything from your sky blue to, I'm not even sure what is that, sort of a peachy sort of colour going on in there. You've got pinks in there, blues, navies, all sorts. It's all in there in this beautiful range. It's $19.95. It's your Dashwood Paper Meadow 8-piece fat quarter, and your code for it, FRAD93. This is your craft cotton. It's a lovely weight for all those craft projects that you're going to be making at home. Now, the other colours that we've got for you today, we thought we would bring you. Ooh, look at that. Oh, yeah. We're bringing you plains. Now, obviously, you want to get working with these because cotton will always fray a little bit, and we've been having a good play with these. But what you've got here are 4 different colourways in your Iris collection. Gorgeous, gorgeous, lightweight cotton here so that you can really do, well, we're making flowers for this first hour. So this is the perfect weight for that intricate crafting that we're going to be doing. $9.95 for 8 fat quarters. There's just a smidge over £1 a fat quarter. That is excellent value. FHGQ53, pop it in your stash. Oh yeah. Now, I mentioned flowers. I mentioned a guest. I've teased you a little bit. I'm going to just saunter past these beautiful flowers here. But the most beautiful flower of all, hello.
Oh,
how are you?
very good. You have had your coffee this morning.
Hey, it's
Coming out with
Jenniffer
the
Taylor.
bits. Hello.
Now, Mrs.
Hey, Mrs.
You are known for embellishments on things. Invariably, if you can put a pocket on it, you will.
Yes.
Got to be said. But also a little flower here and there never goes amiss, does
Well,
it?
I just think that, well, hopefully today's tutorial will kind of show. I'm going to show you, we're going to try and get through 3 different ways of making your fabric flowers today. We might, we might pop a 4th on if we have time. But it's just a really, really lovely project to do. And like you say, for the especially with birthdays or gifts or Mother's Day or those things coming up, making a handmade something, and whether it's embellishments for, like we're going to be making brooches today, but you could add these to your bags. You can add them, I've added one to one of my lunch pouch in the next hour, my next hour. You can add them to anything and everything.
Now the one that we're looking at here, you've added this onto a card. Now that looks like a daffodil to me. It's that Easter type card.
It is,
But here's the thing, you've added a brooch to the back, so you just pop it off.
Pop it off.
And then you've got a brooch. It's a gift in a card all in one.
All in one.
Nice.
I like to call it forever flowers. Do you know what I mean? Because they're going to last forever.
When you were a kid,
yeah.
right, and the birthday cards that you used to get, the ones that you used to love the most, didn't they have the I am 3 or the badge? The badge. I don't think you ever grow out of that.
No.
So if I got a card that was actually a brooch,
badge.
Nice. Yes. Happy days. I'd be very excited about that. Of course, it doesn't have to go on a card. This could embellish cushions. This can embellish, like you say, your bags.
Absolutely,
all
everything.
these sorts of things, so that actually you know it's yours.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, the one that I've done there with the candle, you said it looks like a lotus, and that was the inspiration.
I'm stealing it and I'm bringing it here because you need to see this from the top.
It's cute, isn't it?
Isn't that gorgeous?
Really,
now,
really
obviously, cute. I would potentially use one of those.
Yeah, don't use
faux candles.
Yeah, the candle is just for effect.
But it is
fake ones with the batteries in, definitely. Perfect.
There's no reason why you couldn't have this as a centerpiece for a dinner. Or
well, I was thinking
like that.
weddings, so they look really,
yes.
nice table decorations, and then also, you know, they're also the favours, so you can take
and the
them
guests
away.
can take them away. Beautiful.
So, and the great thing about this project is you can make these flowers as big or as small as you like. You know.
Do you know, my husband always says to me, when we were planning our wedding, it was the only thing that we disagreed about were the flowers.
Okay.
And it was just because he said, just because I don't have a strong opinion on it doesn't mean I don't care about it. It just means I probably won't remember what the flowers were like.
Yeah.
But if you had flowers to take away, then you do remember. Absolutely. Because it's unusual. Yeah. And that's the beauty of it.
You could easily make your wedding bouquet completely out of fabric flowers, and then you get to keep that forever.
Mine was made out of gems.
Oh,
It was made out of Swarovski crystals.
Beautiful.
So I bring it out every Christmas. It's the centrepiece of our Christmas table. Like candles underneath, sparkle, sparkle, sparkle. So yeah, I didn't have a traditional bouquet, so I'm completely with you on this. I think it's a lovely idea. I had very young flower girls, so I had to be careful what they had on their bouquet, so there was nothing prickly, because let's face it, they're going to play with it, aren't they? But actually, if I'd have thought about it, those would have been lovely, and then they can take them away. Rather than having to try and dry them, they're there for you to keep forever flowers. There we go. So the patterns obviously work beautifully for this, because the inspiration was from the flowers that were made out of collages and things like that. So that helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great one as well. So, I mean, not only would you get this pack anyway for any of your projects, but when we start making them, you realise how much fabric or how very little fabric you can use to create these. So they're also a really good stash buster.
Should we start?
Yes, with all your scraps. Yeah, definitely. Let's do it. Okay, so I'm going to grab... Let's go with this one because I haven't used this one yet. So I'm going to use one of the fat quarters.
What colour is this? Coral. That's
I was going to say coral.
Peach. I mean, it clashes with my top beautifully. I really didn't plan that very well.
It is really, really vibrant. It is.
Isn't it?
I'm sure in my living room, I've gone for sort of a very Moroccan feel, and it is like it's almost verging on red coral. Like it has got that kind of vibrancy, but it's very warm, isn't it? It's lovely.
That's exactly what I was going to say. There's a warmth to this. This is a friendly colour.
It's nice.
Some colours are friendly, aren't they?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
This
so
one
what
is
do we do with it?
This is a friendly flower. So for my flower, I'm actually only going to use what would be 1/4 of a fat quarter. That's how much fabric I'm going to use for the next flower.
A 16th.
A 16th. Is that what it is? A 16th. It's too early for maths, people. So I thought we'd go with something nice today. So you've noticed we haven't got a sewing machine here. So this is a hand-stitched project. So you can do this in front of the telly,
on the bus.
On the bus. Nice, easy.
Maybe don't take your scissors on the bus. Cut it out before you go. Yeah.
I was doing them on the train.
Were you?
Yeah, I like to take little bits with me and do them on the train. So I'm going to start, this one I like to call a piece of cake, and hopefully when I get to the end you're like, oh, okay, I understand that. So what I'm going to do is take my 16th, I'm going to fold it in 2/4, and this is just a really quick way of creating a circle. So what I do, if you notice I've got my corner here, so my raw edge is around here, and I've got my folded area here.
Yeah.
I like to take my thumb and place my knuckle onto that piece.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what I then use is I use that
Whoa!
as a guide for my circle. Okay.
Easy. Oh, Oh, perfect.
So then what I then do is place that circle onto the rest of my fat quarter.
Yeah.
Not fat quarter, sorry, my 16th. To then trace around that one piece. So you can pin it down if you want.
I love how you couldn't bear to cut round, placing it just in the middle. Had to move down. There you go. That is every sewist, isn't it? You can't waste any
fabric.
material.
But the thing is, again, like if you're going to do the card, now I've just sewn a little bit of scrap on and did a little zigzag for the stem. I mean, you could put a flower on there, but you've got some flowers, you've got some fabric left over here. You could probably maybe even get another circle out of that if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Oh, you can!
Yes!
So you can get out of that one piece. So I'm just going to use 5 pieces. So you see, we cut one in the centre.
The initial one.
The initial one, and then we've got 4 other separate pieces.
You see, circles put a lot of people off making things because they think a circle's got to be perfect. But that's a really easy way to make an initial circle.
I mean, they're probably more oval than circle.
It doesn't matter though, does it?
Because we're making, think about this is petals. Do you know what I mean? I know, obviously, the divine rule or whatever, and they're all perfect in each and every. But the more texture and the more different and shape you get, the more texture you're going to get with your flowers. So don't be fussy about it. Just cut it. You know, if you want to make a circular template with a protractor, go for it. But just cut it out.
This is becoming more and more apparent to me. The more we go on here at the Sewing Quarter, it's like don't be put off by feeling a need to be perfect.
Yeah.
Just do, and by doing, you'll start to enjoy
it.
And that's the thing. I think I've put a thing of being perfect on myself.
I think you set an expectation, don't you? And expect
I don't need to be.
No, you really don't, especially not for this project.
Okay.
So, you know, whether you're an experienced sewer or not, it's just a really nice one to do when you've got an occasion coming up. So, like I say, weddings or christenings or birthdays or
hair
whatever.
corsage.
Yeah,
Do you
exactly.
call them? No, hang on, what are they? Fascinators.
Fascinate. You could.
With a feather.
Well, exactly. Anything that you can see today, you can whack it on anything, and I'm not even kidding. All right?
Nice.
Okay, so we're going to do the piece of cake. So what you're going to need to do, you need to take one of your circles and you're going to fold it into quarters. Okay? So again, you can see I've got my outer edge here, and I've got my pointed edge where all the folds are. It's in this area that I'm going to be working into. Okay. And I'm going to take my needle and thread. So I've doubled, it doesn't matter what colour it is really, because you're not really going to see it, but I've just gone with white, and I've put a knot in the end of it. So I'm going to take my needle, I'm going to paste that through the very tip of that quarter. Okay, so I'm going to go through once and go through twice. Okay, so that's keeping those layers and folds together. Yeah. So then I'm going to take my other circle, again, folding once, folding twice, again to give me my quarter circle, and I'm going to go through again once. Now I'm going to pull this close to it. Oh, nice. Keeping the tension, and again go through twice. Nice. So now it's almost like knotted it. Okay.
This is your Dashwood beautiful paper range that we've got here. Now these are $19.95 for 8 fat quarters.
8 fat quarters. So that's 2 meters of fabric, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a lot of fabric.
It is, all beautifully cut, beautifully piled up for you.
In a nice little pile. You always forget how much you actually get in a fat quarter. It's only when you start unravelling it and placing it out on a table, you go, well, that's actually quite a lot of fabric.
Because let's face it, it will never be that neat
again.
FRAD 93 is your Dashwood Paper Meadow 8-piece fat quarter pack. Nice.
So I'm coming on to my my last one now. Right. So I've gone 1 and 2.
How did you learn how to make flowers?
You just play, don't you? You just play. I
think your brain works in a way that allows you to play.
I'm not normal.
That's why I need people like you to show me how to do these things so that I can then go and play.
So the reason why I've called it a piece of cake in my mind is because when you lie it flat, it looks like 4 slices of cake.
Nice.
That's why I've done that.
Yes. Beautiful.
Piece of cake. So I've only used 4 circles in my top of my flower, but you can just keep adding and adding. So if you just grab that little mini one on the very bottom in blue, that's used quite even more and more. So you could really go to town with this, and you get a bigger plumage. But I've just gone with 4, but there's nothing stopping you to really go further with this. And then if you make another one and stick them together, you could almost make a pom-pom.
Oh, nice.
Because then you can have pom-pom bunting.
Oh, lovely. And it just starts with that initial idea,
that initial idea.
And of course, you don't have to cut these with straight edges. You could pink them to give another different texture to the petals. It's all about getting that texture, isn't it?
And this is why I'm not so worried about the perfection on the circle, because over time, and this is obviously if you're wearing it on your, let's say, your outer coat, then this is going to start to fray.
Yeah.
But then I think that it just keeps adding more, so it's just going to get better.
Better and better and better.
And better and better.
So you need to grab on the back there a brooch back. We've got those on the show today. So if you want to get your brooches, they're 95p. For a brooch. When you go onto the website sewingquarter.com, then underneath the Watch It Live is all the list of everything that we've used today. So if you're worrying about where to find all these goodies, it's just under there on the website, so you can see everything that we've played with today. It's just down there. There we go. And you're getting there we go, for 95p. So perfect for gifting.
Perfect.
That's what we're looking for. Whether you're accessorising for your own delight, or whether you're giving something as a little gift. It's that little in-between gift, isn't it? For someone that you know and you like, but you don't know well enough to go all out for a full-on gift.
Yeah, and
but it's just a little something nice.
With my flowers is if I've done, I don't know, I've made a dress or something, or a blouse or whatever, with the leftover fabric, I then like to make a brooch for it. So if, for instance, I'm wearing a blouse with a jacket, I would then have the flower corsage on my jacket, but that would be the same as the thing.
It's like gentlemen used to have the hankies, didn't they?
Yeah.
They used to match.
Corresponding cravat.
So we're doing it, but with flowers.
Exactly, that's
flower
what I think.
Power. Nice.
So to finish, like I said, I've only gone with 4 here, but to finish off, you always need 1 circle left over. Okay. So to finish off, you need to find the centre. So again, you can either fold it over and do what we call just a finger press. Yeah. So I've just used my nail there, and I'm going to fold it over again to get a finger press. So now you can see that I've got like a sort of crosshair in the middle of my circle. You don't have to be that specific, you could just do it by eye. You're going to go down from the face of the fabric into the wrong side of the fabric, and then pass your needle through. So you can see my flower's still attached.
Right.
So then there you've got your base.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Oh, isn't that pretty?
So there's your base. So I don't mind that I can see the wrong side of the fabric
I love that.
And the right side. I just think it adds texture. So I've just gone with the one fabric here, but there's no reason why you couldn't add several fabrics into one piece.
When you get the Paper Meadow collection, of course, all these colours are used throughout. So, of course, it's going to work beautifully, however you decide to mix and match. But I love that.
It's really nice, isn't it? So to finish off this flower, what I do is I take the, so you can see my flower's still on my needle and thread. It's quite a long thread, actually. I'm going to create an OK sign. I'm going to go down and then sort of squeeze my flower in my fist. Yeah. Okay. So now I'm just going to pass my needle through. So I'm actually going to go down quite about 0.5 centimetre into the sort of the base of the flower, and then that will just be tacking even more those layers that we've created earlier.
So it's going to give it a little bit of rigidity.
So just keep going through it a couple of times.
I guess there's no reason why you couldn't starch these if you want them to really keep that shape. Yeah, definitely. There's no reason why you couldn't do a bit of starch on there.
So once you've gone through the base a few times, then I like to finish off with a French knot, which is actually an embroidery stitch. But I'm going to use that to actually knot my thread.
It's good for securing, isn't it? It's a good security
So what I'm doing, I've popped my needle into my fabric. So again, you can see that I've got my hand free. And I'm actually going to put my thumb onto my needle because I want to get some tension on that thread. So I'm taking the back end, I'm going to wrap it around my needle once and twice. So then I'm holding that thread. Okay? So with my free hand, I'm then going to pass my remaining thread through that, and so you see the knot, you probably can't see it now, but it's really tight to the working fabric.
There it is.
We're going to be doing that a lot. So if you
Can we do another one?
Yeah. We're going to do it on every flower pretty much, but let's just do it again.
Because once you can do a French knot, then when you're making toy animals, then you can do eyes and things like that.
Oh, yeah. So you could wrap it. The more you wrap it around your needle, the bigger the knot.
Right.
So if you're going to do something like for toy animals and you're using, let's say, embroidery threads, you've got several skins on there, haven't you? So if you wrap that around a few times, you get a nice knot. So again, I've put the needle into my fabric. So my hand is free. I'm right-handed. I'm holding the needle down, so I can get some purchase on that thread. So I'm pulling it, and as I'm pulling it, I'm wrapping around the needle. So I'm just going to go around twice. Yeah. You can go around 3 or 4 times if you wanted to. Then I'm placing that thread, still taut, my thumb onto that thread. So now I've got my hand free. Then I can pull my thread and still keep that tension. Nice. So there I've got the knot. So then once you've done that, you can take your embroidery thread, embroidery scissors and snip.
Stalk scissors.
And you're ready to go. So
hey, lovely. Isn't that gorgeous? So whether you want to just do it... Oh, what flower is that like? You know the one I mean?
It starts with the C. It starts with the C. Help us out, viewers.
It's not chrysanthemum, is it? No.
I can't even say that. Oh, I don't know. What is it, viewers? Tell me what that flower is.
Tell us. My mum will be shouting at the TV because she knows her flowers. She's an avid gardener. But look, and you can start to put together a beautiful bouquet. How gorgeous is that? Oh, that's obviously what you need to do with your Fat Quarter bundle is just create the most beautiful display.
So what I was thinking of, just as you were thinking that, you know you have at Christmas, you have your garland outside your door. Why not make one for all seasons?
Easter, an Easter garland.
And just, have it outside. It's just, they're nice, aren't they?
Yes.
Or when you have the topiary balls.
Nice.
Create one in fabric flowers to hang outside your house.
Gorgeous. 1995. Come and look at these fabrics. I'm going to leave you there to think about your next floral creation. Flower. Come with me because I want to show you these beautiful fabrics in detail. Now, obviously, this is the time that they will come to you. This is when they will look at their neatest. Here. So the designer here, Gilly P. So she's from Dorset, but she went travelling to New Zealand. She found some beautiful vintage favourite samples in a second-hand shop. She bought them. She went to town making flowery collages, and then with the joy of technology, scanned and what have you, and made it into these patterns and designs. So these, this is influenced by her travels. But here we go. So Dashwood Studios using beautiful, beautiful colours, British designers. There we go. So that's the one we've just used. But there's absolutely no reason why you can't make an entire bouquet using these. And of course, the designs are of a size that really suit that. Look at this. So this is your craft weight cotton. So whether you're making your bags, your quilts out of this, whatever you want to make, it's absolutely perfect for it. Oh, I like that. Something a little bit more masculine there, I think. But then you see, look, you can see how these colours, how they just work together. So you've got these shades echoed throughout here. So however you decide to work these fabrics, it works. Gosh, it works. Because look at that. Now, you see, I wouldn't have ever put those geometric type prints with a sort of floral. But it's kind of a modern floral, isn't it? It's really lovely.
That's my favourite.
I know, it was always going to be your favourite. And then, of course, you get here. Shall I hold these up? Here we go. Right, here we are. So, that was your first one. That was the one we worked with. That is just, that almost looks like water, doesn't it? It's got that sort of movement to it. But then you've got your beautiful flowers there. Was this one your favourite? Jenniffer?
That one's my favourite.
This one's Jenniffer's. Of course it is. This is Jenniffer's colours. And then, here we go, that one as well. You're getting all of these, all 8 of these. Oh, we've had a message from Mary. Hello, Mary. She said the flower looks like a carnation.
I told you it was a one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then look at this. Oh, and a good morning message from Tracy. Thanks, ladies. Nice to know that you're watching us this morning. there we go. So they are your 8 fat quarters. For $19.95, these were cut for us by Dashwood. They went, yeah, No, we've got that. We'll cut that exclusively for you. So all done by Dashwood for you. You even get the little Dashwood ribbon that goes with it. Nice. There you go. So 1995, FRAD 93 is your item number there. Now, that, of course, is your heavier weight cotton, 100% cotton, of course. If you fancy a slightly lighter weight cotton, do you know what? I'm not sure that I would ever actually open this. It's too pretty. It's too pretty. We're looking at 100% cotton here, but look how beautiful that makes me happy.
It's nice.
If anybody had to ask me, what would make you happy today? I would say beautiful colours put together in a sort of ombre, beautiful colour thing. That makes me very happy. But then, of course, you open it up. If you must open it up and use it, and not just look at it, because it's going to look really pretty in your stash, then these are the gorgeous colours. So, tones that I wouldn't have necessarily put together, but gosh, they work. Don't they work?
And it's a really nice complement with the Dashwood fabric as well.
It does go with the Dashwood, yeah, because you've got that navy that's going to work with the Dashwood, and then all these purples. Well, that's why it's called iris, isn't it? But then look at that grey as well. You see, this has got masculine and feminine elements to it. And then look, so this is just some of an example of what you can make today. You would make whatever you want to with it. This is going to make perfect linings. Maybe you don't want to use your Dashwood for a lining, so why not, say, make your bag out of that and then line it with that? Because look, you can see that's picked up that colour there. So you see these colours have been chosen for a reason. We've got that navy in there as well, which you can pick out. It just works. They work really well together. But then if you're making the flowers, of course, you've got all of the different colours. They just go beautifully. So we're getting 8 fat quarters. We're looking at a smidge over £1 a fat quarter here. That's great value. £9.95, FHGQ 53. Come and see what Jenniffer made with them. Can I stop midway? We're making this one next.
So we're going to be doing the lotus type one.
This one?
Yeah, we're making the lotusy one today.
So we're going to, oh, yes.
The pretty one.
Look at it. It's just gorgeous. This is what we're making. It's not attached to the candlestick, so I'm just going to gently. I think, am I allowed favourites? I think it's my favourite. There it's out.
It's really nice, isn't it? So the whole reason why I'm giving you these when we get to the third one is because then you can then go on and do things. You don't, like this one, we've used the same flower repetitively but used different size circles to create that tiered effect. But there's no reason why you can't then pop another, like for instance, if we grab that one there, Tash, you've got the piece of cake in the middle, and then you've got the 5-pointed star underneath it.
So you just work and you
create...
So
you can layer. You can have them individually or layer them or stack them. The possibilities are endless with them.
It's beautiful. Do you know what else?
What?
Get your button stash out.
Because
these are crying out for buttons in the middle.
Definitely.
We've got some buttons, actually. We've got a couple of buttons for you. We've got wooden ones. And we've also got
really
glittery
nice
ones.
Those, doesn't it?
Check out the website because we've got those. So if you want a bit of bling, then there's the glitter. But I think the wooden. I like the wooden for the natural look that you've got going on.
I think it goes really well with this, especially with the leaf print that we're going to be working with.
£1.95 for beautiful millwood wooden buttons.
They always come in handy. You can never have enough buttons.
Well, do you know what? I know. We go back a little while, don't we?
We do, yeah.
And there have been times where we've raided people's button stashes to replenish buttons on various jackets and blazers that I've had.
Well, I actually go to charity shops to buy clothes, like shirts, purely just for the buttons.
For the buttons?
Yeah, coats just for the buttons.
I was thrilled when I inherited my grandma's button box.
Oh, but it was divine.
Heaven. Yeah, and I still rummage through whenever I need something. I'll be like, I'm sure there's a button for that. I just love
a button. And they last forever, don't they?
Look at these. Glittery, sparkly. So for that special occasion, get a bling. I think I've seen sparkly glitter buttons. I'm all for a bit of glitter. Bit of rainbow glitter.
That would look really nice on a baby's cardigan
Oh,
or something like that.
that finishing touch for $1.95 to get 6 of those, and they're transparent, so that colour of the beautiful fabric is going to come through, but with a little bit of a woo. We love a bit of glitter. Nice.
Right, so we're going to do the 5-pointed star now. So when you do something, I mean, there's no reason why you can't have more than 5 petals on your flower, but if you are going to, then I'd stick with your odds. I was going to say evens then, but that's not right. Odds. So your 5s, your 7s, your 9s, so on and so forth.
I tried to put something on the mantelpiece, just 4, and my husband went, no, you can't do that. No, get it off. I was like, what's the matter with you? He says, you can't have 4. It's got to be odds. There's something about the odds. I think it's that the eye doesn't try to find symmetry if it's an odd number, so it's happy.
It's happy. I think they use it a lot in, is it Feng Shui? Is it Feng
Yeah,
Shui? Is that the right word? Yeah. Anyway, so I use the same. I use the same process to make. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of when you get your room all calm and collected. The same process again with my circles, but I've just gone with what would be roughly about a 3-inch diameter on my circles. But again, if you're going to do something like this, then I think I pretty much used a whole fat quarter for the bottom one,
right,
and made them smaller as we went through.
Hey, look, you've got, which means that actually you could then probably do it the other way round. So that what you had left over from the little one, you could probably end up making a bigger one as well.
Yeah. Nice. Switch it round.
Nice.
So it's the same process as the last flower, but with a difference. So we're quartering our circle again.
But different.
Same but different.
Nice.
So everything's the same up until this point.
Okay.
So instead of putting our needle into the point of the flower this time we're actually going to do a running stitch along the curve of the one. So it's the same cut fabric, it's circular, you're quartering it, but this time we're going to be running a running stitch down the curved edge, capturing all of those raw edges.
Nice. Yeah, because you don't see any raw edges with these, do you?
No. And what you'll know, if I just get the top one here, when we get to the point,
it's so pretty.
It will have a little hole in the middle, so don't try and pull it to the point where there's no hole. Okay?
No, that's why you need a button.
Yes, so you
Whack
definitely need buttons.
Yes, or a candle.
Or you need to stick another flower in it. So it doesn't matter how tight you'll pull this, you will have a hole in the middle. So that's a tip. So don't try and pull too tight, otherwise it won't work. You'll break your thread.
There's a whole art form, isn't there, to flower making? Is it kanzashi flowers?
Kanzashi flowers? I don't know. I've not heard of that.
Japanese. It's a Japanese art form. Of course it is, when it's folding and making things. But for me, because the inspiration for this fabric, this Dashwood fabric, were the florals, it kind of makes it appropriate for it.
Yeah, I think so. Especially I like this. I like
leaf and petal,
like a sort of fawn and leaf
pattern on
the fabric is. It definitely lends itself to it. So I'm actually adding all of my petals onto the one strand of cotton. So if at home you've got, I don't know, World Book Day coming up, and they're going to go as a mouse, don't you think they make really cute little mousy ears?
Oh, that's brilliant. But that's brilliant. That is super cute.
You could just make little ears. Maybe make them a little bit bigger than that.
No,
but I think they remind me of little ears.
That makes me
cute,
really happy.
Anyway, we digress. So I'm basically making bunting.
Let's make ears.
Let's make ears. We're no longer making flowers.
We're making ear bunting.
I'm making ear bunting. So I'm just...
That wasn't part of the plan this morning, was it?
Yeah.
No, we're going off piste and we're making ear bunting.
Yeah,
that happens, doesn't it?
So this one's really nice. So again, just very quick running stitch. So how I do my running stitch for quickness is, rather than take the needle in and out, I keep it all on the needle. So it's really nice to have some long needles for this. So we've specifically gone with embroidery needles because of that.
Right.
And what I do, I actually use my left hand to work the fabric over the needle.
Okay. So that left hand gets involved.
So it's the left hand doing the work rather than the right, even though I'm right-handed.
This is a project that you can do with your kids, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Easter holidays, things like that.
Yes.
Because it's one of those things that I think kids are starting to move away from wanting to be exactly like their mates, and they want a bit of personal identity and to make things a little bit different.
Yeah.
So actually, if you can decorate things by hand with something like this, inexpensively but easily, Happy days.
Well, John brought something up on my last show. I can't remember what we were making now, but parties and party bags or party activities. I think this would be a great party activity.
Lovely. Yeah, because that's the other way, isn't it? That parties are going for slightly older kids.
Yeah.
Is to have activities. I think they start off sort of age 7 with princess parties, and then you go on to. You see, producer Paul had a pirate party.
I'd love a pirate party.
Did you make eye patches for that one? Yes, you see, he did.
Yay!
So
it's all about the
making all those things.
It's about
make
the make
and takes.
So I've got my 5 petals on my thread. You can see that as I've pulled that or gathered it, it's starting to go into a circle for me anyway. So
Job's
all I
done.
need to do now is join this petal to that petal there.
All right, petal.
So what I'm going to do, I'm just finding out which way my petals are folding. So you can see with my last stitch, my fabric is curling up towards me, and my petal on my first. The fold on my first petal is also folding up towards me. So if you can, try and get the 2 ends to fold the same way.
Okay.
If it doesn't, just add another stitch in so it does go the same way, if that makes sense.
So they're just going to then neatly
come
nestle
together.
together.
Yeah. So it's not super tight, but it's quite tight. So it's actually the next step, which is where you start bringing the tension in. Ooh. Okay. So I'm going to take my needle, I'm going to place it through the first fold on my first petal. Okay, and I'll pull that through. So it's here where the tension comes.
Okay, right.
So I'm gonna, because my hands are free, I can work better. So you're actually using the table as your third hand here. So I'm gonna hold my petals in place and pull.
Okay.
And when I've got that tension, then I'm gonna pinch.
Pinch and pull.
Pinch and pull. So now I've let go. My hand's loose. My cotton is loose, but the tension's still there because I'm pinching it.
Ah.
So now you're going to go through again, and then you're going to do your double knot or your French knot.
Right. Yes.
Okay. So again, I've wrapped it round twice. Still pinching.
Yeah.
Pulling, and you're done.
Hey, beautiful, beautiful.
What I really, really like about this flower is because of the folds of the fabric.
Yeah.
There's no interfacing on there, but you can really manipulate the flowers.
Oh, nice.
Whereas you could fold it back if you wanted to.
You could fold it back, couldn't you?
So you could,
and then you get a whole different flower.
Yeah, whole different flower. So if I do that with them instead.
Oh, beautiful.
It's just you have a play. It's just a really nice structural flower, which is why you could really go big with these. And if you are going to go big, then and if it's a really heavyweight cotton like this one is, then they'll stand on their own, or interface them, and then you get even more structure. So you think about a wedding with a really big centrepiece.
Amazing, wouldn't
it? Be beautiful.
Pauline's been in touch. Producer Paul, what's Pauline said? Oh, peonies.
Peonies.
Yeah. She said the flowers are peonies. That's what I was thinking. You went carnation, didn't you? But I was thinking peony. Yeah, Pauline, I'm with you on that. But you see, if you add extra into that one, then that's where you get your peony. Nice. But then you see, you've got. Well, this is like a little star flower, isn't it?
Yeah.
So pretty.
So if you're going to curl it up, it looks like a lotus flower or a lily. Or I think, especially depending on the fabrics you're using, then you get almost like an exotic flower.
Ooh,
do you know what I mean?
Do you know what I many years ago I took myself off travelling to Thailand, and on the aeroplane on the way out there, because obviously the orchid is like their national flower, and they gave everyone an orchid if they got off the plane.
Oh, how lovely.
It's the nicest thing ever, just this beautiful, beautiful flower. Obviously then you've got to try not to crush it when you get all your bags and everything, but it was really lovely. Now if they'd put a brooch on it, lovely. Oh, Helen's messaged in. Hello, Helen. She said, really loving the show.
Thank you.
Thinking of putting different size flowers into a deep frame. Oh, yes. Nice. Oh, I like that.
I like that.
Nice.
I want a picture of that when you're done. I want to see that.
Yes, me too. Now, obviously, a lot of you getting in touch this morning. Thank you so much. But obviously, if you're new to the sewing quarter, because, you know, we're nearly 2 weeks old.
Nearly 2 weeks old.
Nearly 2
weeks old.
We have a party. Any excuse for cake. Then join us, whether you're watching at home, hello, whether you're watching on the website. If you're watching on the website, then if you register, log in, register, and then underneath you can message the studio. I was messaging the studio yesterday.
I messaged the studio yesterday.
Yeah.
When they were making the bag, and one of the questions from the viewers was, can you wash it?
Yes.
Because it's Decaville, you can at 30.
Aha, there you go. So I was messaging going, please could I have the laptop? Also on the website, of course, is where you can order as well. So products from today are all under there. So if you've seen something, maybe we've just glanced on something, you've gone, oh no, hang on, I didn't manage to get that code. Absolutely fine. Everything that we've used today, even down to the brooches, they're only 95 pence. Treat yourself to a couple of brooch backs for 95 pence. You've got those beautiful glittery buttons, the lovely wooden ones, with even down to your little cutting mat. Everything is on there, and the needles, because that's the thing. I hate it when people use things and I don't know where to get them.
Yes. Oh, frustrating.
No. So that's why we put everything that we've used will always be underneath, so that you can watch the show and then go, oh, those needles. Yeah, no. Okay, so they're the right needles. Because otherwise it'll be going, yeah, but I've got embroidery needles. Have I got the right ones? Bing, pop them in my basket.
Size, different project.
Yeah. Now, the Dashwood fabric is what we've chosen for this. Well, we've chosen two. We've chosen the Dashwood fabric, which is a heavier weight cotton, 100% cotton, which is the Paper Meadow design. But then we've also got the block-coloured fat quarters as well, just to give a little bit of difference in texture, different weights. But the Dashwood one is what we've used on these, and I think they're just gorgeous. $19.95, FRAD 93. How much of a fat quarter did you use for that?
And again, a quarter of a fat quarter.
A quarter of a fat quarter. You're getting 8 fat quarters.
Yes.
4 out of each fat quarter. Yeah, that's a lot, isn't it?
Yep. So it's in all before you start cutting into it. That's 2 meters of delightful, delectable fabric.
Nice.
I do love a fat quarter.
So 32 flowers. Oh, that's a lot of
and the
flowers.
rest, like I say, this is me just going like you could go smaller than that. You don't have to go even that big.
No, that's actually that would look nice.
Oh
yes.
Well, I think we should move on to our next flower and get you a brooch made. Let's do it.
Can we whack a button in there and get the brooch? And...
bargain.
Oh, Pamela's messaged in. Hello, Pamela.
Hello.
Duvet day for Pamela. She's full of
days.
cold. Oh, feeling your pain.
I was going to say, you're feeling a bit snivelly today, aren't you, as well?
It's been going on for a week now. I don't do ill.
No.
Boring.
No, you really don't.
I don't.
It's very unlikely to be unwell. Get well soon.
Yeah, hope you feel better. If you, get those tissues and your Lemsips at the go or whatever it is you need.
Hot toddies for me.
That's where I've gone wrong. I haven't had a hot toddy. Right, what are we making next?
Okay, I would like you to join in on this one. Do you fancy having a little play?
Go on then, what are we doing?
Do you want to go with the Dashwood or do you want to go with the
I have to clear the area now. So, I'm playing. Dashwood, let's go Dashwood.
Okay, cool.
Well, I just think the patterns on it just work so nicely with it.
They do, don't they? So which one of the Dashwood would you like to go with?
I would like to go that one because I think it will go with my top.
Okay, I'm going to go with one of these. So this time we're either going to...
thought you'd go for the orangey, mustardy one because it's your favourite.
I don't want to... I'm trying to move away from what I always go for. Like, this is my fabric.
But why, if it brings you joy, why?
It does bring me joy. Because there's so many other fabrics I could get into. So, it's about looking at the possibilities and the options, isn't it?
If you love it, treat yourself.
Just get it.
Treat yourself.
No, but I really like this one too. This is a nice one.
I don't know how the colours will go. Suddenly this sort of pinky colour is now the background, but you've still got the mustard. Okay, so you've still got a little bit of mustard in there.
It's always about the mustard.
Mustard and coral. Who knew that worked so well together?
All right then, lady. So you're going to need a little strip about that big. So it's almost half of the half that we had before.
Half of a half?
Yep, so if we use yours for an example, so this is our fat quarter. Yep. At the moment, for the other projects, we've used a quarter of a fat quarter. Yep. You're even going to use half of that half. What's that then? What's the maths on that?
32.
That'll be the one.
32.
A 32-inch. That's what you need.
Yeah.
Or thereabouts. Or big or small. The great thing about these flowers, you can make them as big as you like, so I'm just using a small piece.
A fat 32.
We are getting into some math today.
Linda's messaging. She said she's in awe of your flowers.
Oh, thank you.
Lovely.
That's super cool of you.
She says they look so intricate, yet they look so easy to make.
That's
so you know
super
what?
simple.
I'm going to have a go, so I'll show you exactly how easy they are to make.
Right.
When I'm told what to do.
Right, okay, so what we need to do now, if you can fold your fabric over...
Does it matter that I've got a bit of salvage?
I take that off, take it off.
Chop off, Miss
Take
Salvage.
it off. What? Because it's not got any print on it.
Okay, gone.
Okay, so,
and
and then fold it with the wrong sides together.
Wrong side?
That's the right sides together, all the way around. There you go.
Yes, boss.
So you've got your open edge and you've got your folded edge. Okay? So what I really like about this flower, this one is the easiest flower to do.
Which one is it?
It's the gathered flower, but it changes every time depending on how you cut into it, which is why I wanted you to join in on this one. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to start cutting into this area however you like. So you could fringe it, you could do triangles.
It's the international symbol of fringing.
Fringing, that's fringing. Did you like that? That's fringing.
No, I like that. Yeah.
You could do circular shapes.
Yeah.
You could do triangles. Anything. Anything you want. The only rule is that you don't cut into that fold and you leave about, let's say, 1/2 centimetre. So not even my little finger.
Can I fold that like lots of times?
Yes, you can. So you could fold it lots of times and just make one cut. But whatever you do, don't cut into that fold for me, all right? So I'm going to go fringy, I think. Oh, no, actually, I'm going to go...
I don't know how many layers of fabric I've just gone through with these scissors.
Did it feel good,
That's the joy of the old Fiskar.
So I'm just going to do a little moony shape. Okay.
I don't know what I've done. Oh, look at you. So here we go.
Ooh.
Using the Dashwood.
Using your dash. Oh, nice. Okay, because that was on a fold. I just cut into that one a little bit.
Right.
There you go. On that one as well. Okay?
Yes.
So you can see both on mine and Natasha's.
Yeah.
I've left a little gap, so I've not cut into my fold, and neither is Natasha.
No.
So we're all good.
It's good.
So you're going to need a needle and thread. So if you take that one, I'll rethread me.
Oh, look, it's got a little knot on
Done
the
a
end.
knot for you.
I'm going to guess, am I doing a running stitch?
You are doing a running stitch. So you want to get quite close to your folded edge, but you want to go through all the layers.
Do I do this like you just did? So do it with my right hand, but use the left side to manipulate.
However is easier for you. For me, easy for you. I can't even get these needles out of the packet.
Well, you know, we like to make sure that they are.
That's a good little holder. They're not going to go anywhere, are they?
Can I put a button on this?
Of course you may.
I'm going to go. So we've got the buttons.
I like the way you're moving on to the button already. You've not even made your flower yet.
I can't help it.
She's getting excited already, people.
Well, you know, these are the buttons. Are the silver and transparent. They're sort of glittery. I'm a bit of a magpie, so I'm drawn to those.
You do like your bling.
I can't help it.
You do like your bling.
I can't. Yeah. No, I know because you like the woodeny, rusticy ones.
I'm a rusticy girl.
I'm all about a bit of bling.
I do like. I remember when my husband proposed to me, and we were talking about rings. I was like, "Oh, could I just get like what was the stone I wanted now? Turquoise. Can I get a turquoise engagement ring?" And he was like, "No." And even the jeweler was like, "No." Semi-precious stone for an engagement ring?
Oh, really? No.
Yeah, they were like,
that was
no.
Frowned upon.
That was a very big no-no.
Oh.
But I do like the kind of, stones rather than bling. Do you know what I mean? Rustic.
You're a texture girl, though, aren't you?
Yeah, I am a texture girl. Look at you whizzing through that.
Well, I don't know if I've done that. Oh, hello.
No, you've done it perfect. Well done. So when you're at home, if you're going to do a running stitch, then you're just going in and out and in and out. Or you do the quick version where you just pass the fabric through the needle as you go. And then you use your free finger then to move the ruffles, if you like, down your needle.
Now, so if that's my flower,
yes,
which it is, there's no if about it. Can I steal one of these buttons?
Yes.
Am I allowed?
Have you sewed your flower together first?
Not yet.
Oh, she gets so excited, doesn't she?
What
Okay.
do I do next then?
Okay, so let's bring our flowers together.
Yep.
So it's the same process that we did with the lily. So you want to try and get your folds the same way.
Right.
So you can see on my one that my first petal, it's folding down, whereas this one is folding up, and I don't want that.
Right.
So I need to put one more stitch in to make it go the right way.
I think I might need to too. Okay. Yeah.
Right. It's not essential, but I just find that it's easier to put them together that way.
Oh, hello. Right. Yeah.
All right. So then you want to pop your needle through to the first flower. So you're in your last petal at the moment.
Yeah.
Put your needle through the first petal.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you're going to pull.
Okay, I'm pulling.
So I like to have the flower on my left side. So when you pull, you use the table as your third hand pinch.
Third hand pinch.
While you get your needle in again. To do your Frenchie. There.
Oh, I've got to do a French knot.
You do your French knot.
Okay, so this is
so
my first
I'll wait
French
for you.
knot ever. One, two. Put that there. Fold through there.
And then pull your needle out. That's the one. Well done.
Yes! Oh, it's easy. I can do it. Excellent.
Well done.
So then
you can trim your thread.
Oh, I was going to go straight in and attach my
Oh, you were just
button.
going to go in?
I'm going in.
Oh, wow.
I'm
Okay.
going
I
in.
thought you wanted to do some stacking. But no, you go for it, girl. You go for it.
Oh, can I hang on. What are my other options?
So
my other floral options.
The floral options. So this flower is beautiful.
Thanks.
And yes, you can stick a button on there straight away and just go with a very simple one layered flower.
Yeah, but
okay. Or you can stack. You can stack them.
Oh, nice. Can I steal that then?
Yeah, of course you can.
And stack with that.
There you go. You don't have to stack.
I'm stacking.
Sometimes you have to ask your question, am I going too far?
Never.
Do I need that extra flower?
Yes, and glitter.
And glitter.
Yes.
So you can, you don't have to stack. If you were quite happy with the one.
No, I want to because all of these Dashwood fabrics go so beautifully together.
Yeah.
I feel the need to stack.
It's a nice way to add texture. So in it, when you've got, putting in a plain in that, it also looks good.
Yeah, so I like that too.
So it is nice sometimes to separate the prints with a plain, which is why we've brought those plains in
as
with
well.
you.
Nice.
So I'm going to, while you're sewing that, I'm going to do one last one because I think we've got time. Yeah, we've got time. One last one.
If you would like to email the studio and send in your photos of flowers you have made and known and loved, give us extra inspiration, then it's studio@sewingquarter.com. Nice, I've got all caught up on my petals.
Okay, so the last thing I'm going to show you now is actually, I know it as a Suffolk puff.
I beg your pardon?
Suffolk puff.
Same to you.
Okay, so we need a circle piece of fabric, so mine's medium size.
Yeah.
And all you're doing, again, it's the running stitch. This is why it's a really nice, simple project. You're going to go all the way around the Suffolk puff.
Not like a Suffolk punch, that's a horse, isn't it?
No, it's not a horse.
No.
And I'm just going to go all the way around the circumference of my circle with that running stitch.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so this is a good one if you have like little buttons, but it's not quite covering the hole in your 5-pointed star. A little Suffolk puff will cover that
Suffolk puff. These have great names. That's what I'm discovering with all of these different, especially with quilting. The names of things are amazing, and now you've added an extra one in with your Suffolk puff.
Okay, so I've done that now. So all you're going to do, you're going to sort of pop your finger inside and then pull. Right. So you can see that it's sort of concertina in the front.
Oh, that's crying out for a button.
Exactly. So you can either have this, so you've got your texture on the once you've knotted it in, and then you can pop your. Let's get a button.
Could you use fabric glue with these to glue these all together?
Yeah, you could do, but I like to sew them. So that pop a button on that way, or you could have it that way.
Hang on. Let's have it that way. So that way, like that. Pretty. Lovely. Yeah. Or you were saying,
do it the other way. Either way, like and then it will kind of.
It'll sort of oof around it.
Yeah, oof around it.
That's a technical term. I like it that way.
Oof, a technical term. So all I'm going to do again is the same lovely little French knot.
Oh, I've lost my needle.
One and
there it is.
1 and 2. Oh, I don't want to go through my.
Oh, this is fun. We've only got a couple of minutes left.
That's fine.
I don't know quite where that hour went. But here's the thing. If you're after the beautiful Dashwood exclusively cut for us fat quarters from Dashwood, thank you very much for doing that for us, then you can grab them. $19.95 gets you all 8 in this collection, which is lovely because then you've got the lot, haven't you? You've got the collection. It's all there, all the different colourways that you can play with. Now, we've made flowers, but do you know what? Because of the vibrancy of these colours, but nestling in with some pastel shades in there as well, then there's no no reason why you can't use these for all of your different projects.
No, not at all.
Whether it's cushions, bags, whatever it is that you're making, just go for it. Go for it. Enjoy it.
Go for it.
And then, of course, I think you're right. Make it go even further by getting the planes as well.
Well, I've just added that very quickly. I've only done one thread in there, but just adding that little Suffolk puff in the middle of my five-pointed star.
Sorry, just going to interrupt. The details for the plain fat quarter. I say plain, iris fat quarters are down the bottom of your screen there. $9.95 for 8 fat quarters. That's good. Loving those colours, of course, chosen because they go so well, as is shown here beautifully. I like that. I like that a lot. Then hang on, how do we add in the brooch
backs? Right, so the brooch backs come here with, let me just open that. Oh, there you go. So you see on the brooch backs, you've got holes in the back of the brooch.
Right.
So all you would do is stitch these into the back of the brooch. And I would do 2 stitches on the one side, 2 stitches on the other, and then just repeat on the second and third holes. Nice. So that'll be nice and secure. That's not going to go anywhere. And then you've got the little lock facility on the catch as well.
Beautiful. Well, that's great. Oh, so
I do prefer the sewing ones to the glue ones.
Yeah,
I find the glue ones tend to come off a little bit longer.
Right, I'm going to take this. I might even just sew that onto my top. I'm going to leave you.
Okay.
Say thank you very much. Come back in an hour.
I will do.
What are you making at 10?
So at 10 o'clock we're going to be doing a mug rug and a lunch pouch.
My stomach's already rumbling. I'll see you
in a bit.
In an hour. Come with me because... Can I show? Can I do my... There's my little flower.
You did proud of that.
I am proud of that. But that's the joy, isn't it, of making things?
It looks fab.
I think that's really pretty. And there's your button, there's your sparkly button in the middle. So, we have had the Dashwood, beautiful Paper Meadow fabrics that we've had cut exclusively for us into your fat quarters. Thank you, Dashwood, for doing that. In all of the different 8 designs from this collection. So we've got those for you, $19.95. That's what we've got there. But of course, don't forget, if you fancy making that go even further, then why not mix it with your plains? The collection of plains, just beautiful here. And these are $9.95. It's all on the website underneath the show. So just have a good old shop there and you can get all of these. Lovely. Pop in a few brooches, get the right needles. We will see you in just one moment. Thank you for your company.
My name's Sammy Claridge and I run an online fabric supply store, and I freelance, do projects for magazines like Simply Sewing and Molly Makes. I've been sewing all my life. My mum taught me. She was a seamstress in the West End in the 60s and she was always very practical. My dad was practical too. He got me making things in the garage with him, and my granddad taught me to paint, so I've got a very creative background, luckily. I think my favourite thing to make is probably accessories, so handbags and zip-top bags, anything small and neat. I like things that I can get finished quite quickly. I'm quite an impatient sewer, so I would say, yeah, small crafty projects, quick things to make. My top sewing tip to any viewers would be to take your time, in daylight hours if you can, setting aside some time to do the project. Why do I want to work with immediate media? About 6 years ago, I saw the initial layout pages for Molly Makes. Before it was even together as a magazine, it was just literally storyboard images of the hands holding the reels of thread and things like that. And I knew that was a publication that I wanted to work with. And as soon as immediate media bought Molly Makes magazine, I knew that they were a company that I wanted to work with. They have a way of producing things that is to a certain quality level that no other magazine seems to be able to do. I've been in the industry for a long time, so to see it come to a level where it's now going to be accessible to so many more people, and to be able to practically see people doing skills and teaching techniques on TV, where you can fast forward and rewind and watch over and over again, and is going to be invaluable to the community. Plus, it gets those gorgeous fabrics and trimmings and tools that you may not know what to do with a tool. You know, we can teach you that, and we can show you the best way to use it, and then, you know, you can pass those skills on to your friends. I think I'm really looking forward to learning new skills. I am primarily a dressmaker and a craft sewist, so I'm really looking forward to watching the quilting segments and learning new techniques within the quilting segments, because that's something I've done in the past, but it's not something that I have excelled in the past. And I'm looking forward to learning new skills from my fellow designers, really.
When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from the Sewing Quarter worth £14.99.
Hey, and good morning. Welcome to the Sewing Quarter. Thank you for joining us. Now, when we were planning various different shows, I remember one of our designers coming in, and she just had this glorious Technicolor that she was busily hand sewing together, English paper piecing style, which is what we've got for this hour. But what really just made my heart sing were the colours, and we've managed to bring them to you. So 75, I'm taking these out, I'm sorry, here we go. 75 pre-cut hexagons. Ooh, look at this. How beautiful is that? You have a veritable ready-cut rainbow. How gorgeous, how absolutely gorgeous is this? If you are quilting with these, it's going to be a quilt that, quite frankly, never goes out of fashion, because rainbows don't. You know, you always, if you see a rainbow, don't you just feel it's a bit special? So if you had that rainbow in your home, how amazing would that be? Because it's just going to be so happy to just have the most beautiful array of colours in your home, which means it's going to go in any room, because you've got pretty much every colour under the sun in this. If you are using this to extend your stash, then you're going to find a colour to go with everything that you've got in your stash, because you've got, well, here we go, pretty much every colour. And it just, this is just just absolutely stunning. Now, if you want to do this and do this in a real modern way, then why not? Look at these, absolutely gorgeous. So modern, bright. This is from a designer called Denise Schmidt. She's an American designer. She came from a family that used to make, you know, her mum's very intelligent, she's got 2 master's degrees, but they still lived through the Depression when, you know, you made do and you made things, and her father used to make furniture, he was an engineer, and her mother used to, you know, sew and make things, because that was what you did. And so from that she's been inspired, and she's now a fabulous designer, and these are from her collection. I don't know if that ever fit back into that pattern as beautifully as they did before. Whoops. But there we go. You're getting 75 pre-cut, beautiful coloured hexagons here. $29.95. Your code there, UHRW38. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Now, I've also got a book which I'm going to take over to show you in just one moment, because we're going to go meet our designer for this hour. Sammy Claridge! Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for coming back.
Thank you for
How
having
are
me. Oh, yeah, I'm very good, thank you.
You're looking very floral.
Well, yes, very brightly coloured, because we're doing very brightly coloured stuff today. So,
before further ado, because I just remember the day that you bought these, and I was like, these are so beautiful. Just show us what you've done with them.
So this is how gorgeously rainbow.
Look at that. That is gorgeous.
Not even finished yet. This is what we're going to finish today to make into a bag if we've got time.
Just beautiful. Look at this. Now, if we look at the back of this, then you'll see some paper in there, because you have English paper piece these.
Yes.
Sammy, what's EPP? English paper piecing.
So
what is
English
it?
paper piecing, apparently not just exclusive English. It's something to do with a marketing scheme for the Americans that everything English was in fashion in the 1920s. That's why they called it English paper piecing.
It's good to know that marketing is it's always
way
been a
back
thing.
when was even then.
Yeah.
So basically, it's the technique of wrapping paper shapes with fabric and then in tessellating shapes to then create a pattern.
Nice.
Yeah.
Now, if you are a mathematical whiz, of course, you can mark and make your own hexagons. If life is simply too short, it's fine, because we've got a pack of pre-cut hexagons for you, 25 in those. So if you wanted to English paper piece and not reuse any, just, you know, do the whole thing, then you'd need 3. But this is how they come. They're nice and sturdy, aren't they? So 5 centimetres or 5 inches?
Well, the measurement with English paper piecing is the, when you're looking at measurements, something we're going to talk about is that this measurement here across the one edge is actually the size, technically, of what they call it. So this is a 2-inch...
that's the 5 centimetres across there.
Yeah, so this is a 2-inch hexagon piece.
Right.
Although, obviously, it is...
9 centimetres across.
Right. Like 4 inches.
Nice. So this is going to help you create the beautiful patchworks. Okay, so what I'm gleaning from all of our expert guests is that when you're quilting, when you're patchworking, when you're doing anything like that, it's all about making sure that if you're cutting out squares, they are cut perfectly. When you're sewing your squares, making sure those edges meet beautifully.
Yeah.
So suddenly hexagons, you've upped the game, haven't you? Because you've got all of those sides.
More
that now
sides
need
and
to
more
be
points
perfect.
to worry about, yeah.
So that's why getting this pack of 25 is really going to help, isn't it? Because then it's perfectly put together.
They're really crisp. These are, I like these because they're made in a particularly good weight of kind of paper card, really.
It feels about a 280, 300 GSM.
Yeah, I would say that. So they're really reusable, because if you... traditionally, you can use things like freezer paper and things like that, but you can't always reuse them because they tear quite easily. Whereas these ones will, you know, last a good long time. You can reuse them. I mean, this is one that I've used, and you can see, apart from because I did some machine stitching around the edge, it's still in perfect condition to be used over and over and over.
So today on this show, we're going to show you how to hand stitch your English paper piecing. Now, invariably, you would tack the back. But we've got a little sneaky cheat for these. And then we're also going to teach you how to machine sew. I had no idea you could machine sew English paper piecing. Yeah. So for me, I've never English paper pieced because it's too time consuming for me.
That's the thing I like about it.
But that's what you love about it. You see, this is it, isn't it? For me, I like things to come together quickly. So I'm going to be watching you do the machining with great interest, because suddenly this is like something I can now do.
It is good to get you started. I mean, I prefer the slow, gentle kind of the process of it and doing it all by hand and making it all very neat. Obviously, when I was doing the sample for the show, I had to do it on the machine because I didn't have the time to, you know, take months over it, because, you know, we don't have that time. I thought, no, that's good, because then we can show both techniques in the show, and then people can choose whichever they want to do.
And we've done it in a cotton, that means you can actually, means you can actually see it.
Yeah, I've used white thread so that we can show you, you know, clearly how it's going to look. But yeah, I would normally use like an invisible thread or match the colours to the tones that I'm using. Just keep stroking the rainbow.
Well, no, it's fabulous, isn't it? I have a friend.
Yes.
Who has scrap bags that she makes out of her scraps, but they're colour coordinated. So she has so anything that's got blue tones in that goes in a blue bag.
Yeah, perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Because you could then intersperse those patterns with a block of plain colour.
Yeah, absolutely.
And everything suddenly goes so much further.
I mean, this would be gorgeous as a quilt, like you say, with your matching colours. Obviously, I've just used the pack that we've got here, but yeah, this pack would be great to mix in with other tones.
You know the pandas that we had yesterday?
Yeah.
For kids' quilts?
Yeah.
Pandas
with these kind of gorgeous green, and then they had the pinks and everything.
Hello.
Yeah, very nice.
Just take a look on the website, because we've got so many other fabrics. If you're, if you're looking to buy the half metre, then take a look. We've got a whole page with nearly 300 on there.
Yeah. Gorgeous prints.
But this means that all of those fabrics that you've got at home, there's going to be colours that go with it, because you've got 75 different colours.
Also, I think the joy of something like this is that and the paper piece as well. If you're new to it, sometimes the preparation with EPP, as much as that's what I like the preparation of, creating something.
Yeah.
To get stuck into doing the craft,
Yes.
get straight to the kind of the technique of it is a great, it's a great way to get into it. And then you can go on to cutting your own shapes, doing your own designs, cutting your own fabrics, whatever. But, something like this is so easy to get started. I think that's something really good, so.
Tracy's message. What does Tracy have to say, Producer Paul? Oh, she says she's addicted to English paper piecing.
It is very addictive.
And she sent us a picture. Oh, fab. Can we see it? Do we have that technology?
Look at that.
Oh, look
That's
at
amazing.
that. Oh, and the cat.
Love the cat.
Oh, that is English paper pieced.
Yes.
Wow.
That's amazing.
That's amazing.
Beautiful.
And Selena sent a picture. Oh, because we asked for the button flowers. Oh, isn't that pretty? It's a rainbow. These would be beautiful for more rainbow flowers.
They would. You could use all your leftover
So thank you,
bits.
Selena, for that. And
That's
thank
gorgeous.
you, Tracy, for the English paper piecing. That must have taken a while, that big English paper piece.
I would
to
imagine,
build.
yeah. I would think that was a definite year plus project.
Where I used to live before I moved here for my job, on Poppy Day.
Yeah. Poppy Day.
Yeah.
Remembrance Sunday.
Remembrance Sunday. You always get people selling poppies, don't you, sort of
Yes.
weeks in advance. And there was a lady at our local supermarket who had a beautiful display. She used to make all of her own poppies to sell.
yeah.
But she had an English paper pieced blanket that she used to put them all on with English paper piece poppies on
pretty,
it. Absolutely
yeah.
gorgeous. And I remember sort of gushing over it, saying how lovely it was. She said, "You're the first person that knows what English paper piecing is."
That's sad. That's very sad.
Well, other people had obviously admired it, but just not known what English paper piecing is. So it's something that we need to reinvigorate.
I think a lot of people recognise the hexagon quilt situation. Like a lot of people would think of quilting situation.
The quilt situation. We've got a quilt situation going on here.
I think a lot of
at
people
Quarter.
recognise like quilting to be hexagons. You know what I mean? And that's what they kind of think of, granny's quilts and things like that. So yeah, to do the fact that it's is. I mean, I did this in the car. We took
not whilst driving.
Not this. No, my husband drove. We drove to Germany for holiday.
Right.
I English paper pieced in the car with him. I don't drive, so he drove all the way, and then I was just sat there doing English paper piecing in the car.
Is that why you don't drive? So
I can craft whilst we drive. Yeah.
Super crafty of you. Now, talking of being super crafty,
here if you want.
I'm going to pop that
Leave that there 'cause it's pretty.
It's so
and we'll get
pretty.
to that in a bit when we've done the technique.
Every time I've been shown how to English paper piece, needles and threads have come out because the beginning bit has been about tacking.
Yes. I'm going to show you those. We've got two techniques. I'm going to show you that first, and then we're going to talk about some glue. Want to talk about glue first?
Yeah, let's talk about glue
Okay,
first,
we'll talk about glue
this made me very excited, and I could just see your glee as you sat across the desk from me out in the offices going, "Oh, this has changed my life."
It has.
Glue instead of having to tack. Amazing.
So
but
we
it's
can
special
show.
glue,
Special glue. So traditionally, this is what your hexes would look like. You'd have you fold over your edges to the back, and you would tack them in place. So you would have either tacking around the edge, or sometimes if you've got thinner paper, some people like to stitch through the paper to hold it down.
But again, this is time consuming.
Yeah, it is. It is time consuming. Again, that's the bit that I kind of sit in front of the TV and do. But
so that's your prep before you even start making.
Before you start putting them together, yeah.
You see, at this point, I've lost interest.
Obviously, if you're doing, I generally my
time.
projects with English paper are smaller cushions, memory blankets and things like that. But yes, if you're doing a large quilt like that beautiful one that we saw a moment ago,
Tracy's quilt,
unless you're planning to take a year to do it, if you want to do something a bit faster, then the glue pen is life-changing.
This suddenly makes EPP very, very exciting to me.
Tell,
so the special glue is blue. It's a blue glue.
We have yellow
clear.
as well on the website.
We've got yellow as well on the website.
Yeah.
But look, it's like a glue stick. And there it is. Oh, you've nearly run out. It's a good job it comes with two.
It does.
2 glue sticks.
It does, although that is
pack.
my third one.
You get through them, don't you, at a rate of knots.
You do. They're good though. They do. You say that, but they do last a long time.
Because you do an awful lot. That's the thing.
Yeah, I have done lots and lots for the last couple of weeks.
But this is washable, isn't it?
Yes, it dries clear.
Yes.
A bit like most craft glues. They go on so you can see where you've put it, and it dries clear. But it also kind of loses its tack after a while, but it holds it long enough to be able to do this. But obviously then you have to peel it away, and we'll show in a bit when we've done them how easy it is to peel it away.
There it is. That's how it comes. You get the pen with one stick, and then it comes with a refill. So you're getting 2 sticks of glue in there for $5.95. Nice. JTEQ57. I can't tell you how excited I was when I saw this. I was like, yes, finally, I can do this type of craft that I've wanted to do, this type of sewing that I've wanted to do, but just not had the time. And it's made me very sad that I've not been able to do it.
So this will give you back the time.
Yes.
It means you'll be able to complete a project quickly. Yeah, I love it. So all you have to do is, as if you were using a glue stick.
Yeah.
I can't say the
I can do that.
brand name. We're just going to slide gently across the paper, trying to avoid that edge section if we can, because obviously we've got to stitch through there, and we don't want any glue to get caught on the needle or machine or anything, or by hand. It makes it difficult. And then we're going to fold it over, middle to edge, pushing the corner over.
That is so exciting. That is so exciting. Whereas normally you'd be popping your needle through and then trying to get those edges neat.
So I try and glue as close to the edge as possible, and then I pop a little bit of glue over the top of my fabric, all the way down. Again, folding from the centre to the edge, so that that one's nice and firm down. And then smoothing as we go. So I'm holding quite tightly to everything, because I want to get these corners really crisp.
So, whilst Sammy does her crisp edges with her glue stick, which is revolutionising the way we do English paper piecing, let me give you some details. So you've got the soluble glue stick, $5.95. So that's the thing. It's been designed specifically for fabric crafters. This isn't, you know, you're not going to make your cards or whatever with this. This is especially for your fabric, especially for this type of thing. So it's not a permanent glue. It will hold it in place long enough for you to then do whatever you need to do, and then it will wash out very easily. But actually, it just comes away when you need to. So it's perfect for this. And the glue goes on blue so you can see where you're putting it, but then it dries clear. So JTEQ57, revolutionising the way you do your English paper piecing for just £5.95. Now, let's talk postage, because a lot of you multi-ordering on this, which is absolutely perfect, as you should be. And postage here at the Sewing Quarter is done per day. Not per item, not per time you you check out your basket. It's done per day. So at the end of the day, $2.95 will be charged for postage, no matter how many times you've checked out your basket. That, for me, brilliant. Because then, when I really want something, like you did Tim Holtz yesterday, Tim Holtz fabric, and that was selling out left, right, and
it was, very fast.
So you know, but don't be afraid to check out your basket to make sure that you've got things, because obviously we only carry a limited amount of stock with some of these items. To make sure that you get them, don't worry, check out your basket. We're not going to, because some places do it by the time the number of items, or the number of times you check out your basket. No,
I did that the other day when Joe was on, when you were making the bunny and the stag head.
Yes.
So I checked, because I wanted to make sure I got the bunny kit that sold out ridiculously fast.
Is that why we had them left? You bought them all?
Because I probably bought a couple, maybe. So I checked out, and then I waited for the stag show, and then I checked out straight away, so I knew I had it in my basket.
Yes, that's the way to do it.
And then went back on and bought some clips and stuff later on in the afternoon.
It happens. It happens. You can peruse at your leisure, but when you really need to get something, do grab it. Now, this is proving to be nice and swift. I'm liking this.
Yeah.
Oh, Lynn has asked the difference between the yellow and the blue. To our knowledge, Lynn, it's just the colour.
Yeah, I would say that having used both, I can't tell the difference, really,
so
apart from the colour.
or anything like that?
No, I don't think so.
You know how last week...
I'll do some more research, but I can't tell you for sure.
We bought those rose gold scissors. The rose gold scissors. Our head buyer's just come in. It's the first time I've seen her since we put those on the show. She's gesticulating wildly in the back of the studio there. Sorry, Lisa. Soz about that. Are you after this glue now? No. Oh, she loves the glue. You love the glue. Is it okay for us to have this on the show? Did you see our flower that we made earlier, Lisa? I'll go and have a look. Yeah. So, no, it's all right. Lisa says we're allowed the glue for this hour.
Didn't know she was in today.
I know.
I'm going to go home early.
Don't
I get in trouble?
Oh, we're done. What we're selling that we shouldn't be. No, it's fine. Everything on this show is allowed.
Rose gold scissors are allowed as well.
Yeah,
really.
this is it. So if you've just tuned in, you're an English paper piecer, but sometimes tacking is just, it's one of those, it's got to be done before you get to the fun bit.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Then don't worry about that. We've got glue. Done.
And I was
This
slightly
makes me
worried about, because
happy.
I'm a bit anti, because I'm a sewer, obviously. I'm a bit anti-glue. I see a lot of people using glue guns with fabric, which makes me a bit itchy. So I'm a bit anti-glue with fabric. It makes me feel a bit funny. But actually, because of the way this is, and because of the way it feels, and because of the way it works, actually, I'm converted. You're still laughing at me being itchy.
Funny. No, I like the fact that you're funny with glue.
Yeah.
I've seen you being funny with glue. I've seen you whiz through these with your glue. I think you've got over that glue fear.
I certainly have. Love it.
Everyone that has bought the glue so far has bought 2. I don't blame you.
Neither do I.
And,
I've got two in my
if that's your first order,
Yeah.
buying 2, then you're getting this for free. If it's your first order with us and you pay over £10 in your first order, then this is coming to you upside down. Hey, there we go. Have you seen these? Oh, now, of course, if you do like to tack the traditional way, look, you've got loads of cotton that you can get tacking with. Or if you want to do the colours when you start sewing it together, you've got the whole rainbow of colours to then do it with, haven't you? Nice. And your scissors and everything. It's a handy little thing, that.
I've come to the end of my glue stick, so I thought I'd change it to show people how you do it and how easy it is.
Now, obviously, you didn't run out just after doing 3 of those.
No, I didn't. I was very low to the end when I started. I'll show you how much glue you get. This is actually a yellow one, so we can see what the difference is. Come on, Pop. What have you got? Oh, this is a used one, that's why. I'm putting all my used ones in one of there. I'll have to use the one off here.
Have we got another one?
Have I got another one?
Thank you to Pauline.
No, I've used them all because I love them. I'm going to have to use this one.
Who loves a bit of
replace
English
it.
paper piecing as well. So you just take the lid off and then pop
Take the lid
next one
off
in.
and then pop the next one on. It just pops on like that. So that's how much glue you get.
That's loads.
It is loads. It is loads. You do get lots and lots. I think it took me... I think I got through one.
We're doing all of this?
Yeah, doing the 75 because I did every single one.
Nice.
So that's how much kind of
gluage
you get per...
Oh. Do you know what else we managed to get our hands on? Talking about Lisa, our buyer, do you know what else she's managed to get hold of? This is really hard to get hold of in this country.
Yeah, that is, yeah.
Really hard. And
It's
I
a
know that
really
you guys
lovely book.
like a book. So, self-styled hexpert. we did love that.
I want to be a hexpert.
Cheryl L.C. is a hexpert. I'm going to get it and open it for you.
I was looking at this earlier. It's such a good book if you want to learn more about different shapes and, designing your own shapes and making things. They've got a lot of projects using hexagons and other... because English paper piecing is not just hexagons.
No, it's all sorts of different shapes.
Which clearly is the name of the book, isn't it?
Yeah, but she is a hexpert with all things paper piecing. This is fab, isn't it? So it gives, I think it's just ridiculously clear and gives you lots of different inspiration to make. Oh, that's pretty, isn't it?
Little scissor sheath.
Yeah, but what's this? I don't know what it is, but I like it.
Oh, like a little drawstring bag with hexagons. Well,
pretty,
it's diamonds on the bottom, yeah.
Diamonds on the bottom. So a nice little gift for someone that you know is into your English paper piecing. It just gives you lots of different ideas, different ways to use it. Oh, look at Christmas decorations. Hello.
They're cute.
Nice. But there's no reason why you can't use that for Easter decorations. Nice. You've got bags, you've got all sorts in here. Glasses, case. If I was starting out with English paper piecing, I would start out small. I would do something little like this, which is your jewel box necklace. Nice.
Small things are a good way because, it gets you... in the next hour, we're going to be doing shaping. So rather than doing something flat, we're going to be doing three-dimensional shapes.
I can't wait for that show.
Yeah, it's really fun. And this book has quite a lot of that in as well. So it teaches you how to make three-dimensional shapes rather than just flat things, which I think is really fun.
Now, Chelsea is a hexpert, but it's not just about your hexies there, and that's her book. And it's very hard to get hold of. It's $21.99, fresh in from the States. HJHN 47. Not just hexes. Now, back to our 75 hexagon. I don't know there were 75 different colours.
I'm going to do all 75 different ones on here, don't worry.
Why not?
Well, we've got more things to do with it than
We've got lots to do.
hexes.
Look how vibrant this is. Ooh. Every single person that has come in and has seen this has just had a moment of going, oh, that's gorgeous.
Liz is here today, and she literally went, oh, she walked in the door.
Liz, which
Liz from Immediate.
Oh, big boss Liz.
Yeah.
One of the big bosses. So Liz, she does lots of the editing for the magazine.
Head of the craft magazine section.
Yeah. Because we've got lots of different magazines, and obviously she was
coveting that a lot.
But everybody has. When Jenniffer Taylor came in this morning, everybody makes a beeline for it.
I think it's the rainbow, the joy of the rainbow colours. I mean, we've got hung up in the office as well all the plain colours that we have in stock.
Yes.
On hangers, and they're all ironed and they're all hanging beautifully in rainbow order, and it
makes you happy.
It's something about that. Right? I mean, we used to display everything in our shop in rainbow order, so all our fabrics would be red, orange, yellow, green, blue. Because how else are you going to find fabrics are bought by colour. But I mean, I think it's a gorgeous set.
I loves it. I absolutely love it. So 75 rainbows here, $29.95 for 75 pieces. It's all cut.
Yeah, pre-cut.
Ready to go. So we're looking at 12 centimetres, so 4.7 inches. That's less than 40 pence a hexagon. It's cut for you. Just think how long it would take you to cut out a hexagon.
Particularly in all different colours. Like if you're doing all the same colour. Yeah, absolutely.
It's cutting these things accurately. It's done.
Sorted.
It's like having the ingredients ready to go, isn't it? Someone's done the prep for you. Someone's done all the chopping.
Like those subscription boxes where you can buy and you order a meal and they send you just enough to make that meal. This is exactly the same.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yes. So what are we doing?
So once you've done as many hexagons as you want, but that's the joy of the glue pen. That's how fast I managed to do that. That would have taken me way longer. I have put these together in flowers because obviously this is colour orientated.
Yes.
I wanted to make sure that we kind of matched colours as much as possible across the piece because we're going to make it into a bag, hopefully. So I wanted it to kind of be reds and oranges on one side and then blues and greens on the other side so that we can...
And we haven't even touched on the blues.
I know. Blues are all over here. They're waiting to be done.
Can I grab those?
Yeah. They are pinned. They're pinned together, but yeah, that's all the blues.
So these are all pinned. These are mid-sew.
This is what we're going to do in a minute.
Because don't think that's all your 75 there. Oh, no. We've got extras here that are all sort of raring to go. Oh, these are lovely.
They're gorgeous.
So imagine, hang on, if you hold
let
that...
me pin this.
You hold... Can we add that on, sort of...
Yeah.
Onto there?
So this one's going to go down here. This one's going to go up here.
Ah, beautiful. And then we'll have more pinks and greys over my end. It's going to be a beautiful thing. If you've just joined us, Sammy is showing us English paper piecing with this beautiful, vibrant rainbow of colours from Denise Schmidt. Absolutely gorgeous.
Amazing. I mean, I clearly love rainbow, anything rainbow.
No, Denise Schmidt, she describes herself as being quite eclectic.
Yeah.
So, do you know what? Why not have every colour under the sun and collect all that?
And also they match in exactly with her other collections as well. Nice. So, like you were saying earlier, mixing and matching them in with a print would make... Obviously, you'd get a bigger surface area as well, but also you get that.
They're very bold shades, though, aren't they? So it's a real statement piece, this. Gorgeous. And actually, what I've really noticed with this is that all the men in the office have loved this as well.
Yeah. Again, I think because it's the bold, plain colour.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of quite a lot of the fabrics that in the industry as a whole are quite floral or, you know, cutesy or pretty. And again, with the Tim Holtz yesterday, things that can appeal to both male and female, I think are always really nice. And Rainbow does that.
But it's
without
one
being
of those
too
things,
girly.
isn't it? If you're making something for the family home, sometimes you don't necessarily want always to have florals because, you know, men and women often live there
together.
Cohabit. That's a thing that happens. And so actually having it so that, you know, my house changed when Stephen moved in. Yeah. You know, of course it does. They want that more masculine feel. So this, perfect.
Yes, because it ticks all the boxes without being floral, but it's
or
still
in
pretty.
a kids' room. Lots of messages in as well. If you're not sure how to get in touch, we do love it when you message in. Let's take a look. So here we are on the website having a good old chat around there.
As usual.
If you can see, you've got your hexagons on the right, messaging in is underneath, and then further down are all the items on the show. So if you've missed anything, that was on the first show, this is on this hour, and then there's more to come. Ooh!
Excellent.
So, okay, let's well, what are you going to do next? There's me going, let's do this next, but actually, you're the designer.
No, that's all right. So we've done all the gluing. We've done all our hexagons in this way. Or, again, if you don't like the idea of the glue, fine. But I would definitely say if you're having a go, do it because it's so fast. Definitely converted. The only thing the glue can't do for us is then stitch them all together.
But that's the bit I want to do.
Yes, this is the fun bit, placing them all out and then positioning them and then stitching them together.
How many hours did you spend getting the colourways right?
I did them, I grouped them before I started. So as soon as I'd done all my hexagons, like this, I then grouped them into groups of 7 because I was doing floral, because it was easier for me to sew them together in floral shapes. So I grouped them in colours of 7 and then I laid them out to make sure that the colours worked nicely and toned from one to the other.
You know what I would be doing? I would be doing them one at a time out the packet because they're all in colour order.
They are, yeah.
And then I would be doing it like that and working it around from the packet in that order.
Yeah. You could do as far as you could do them in strips as well. So you've got red going into yellow, going to green, going to blue.
Oh, nice.
Okay, I tried that, but I didn't have it, and there wasn't the one of the ones I was using wasn't working, so I decided to do the floral. I just thought it'd be easier to show people how to do the floral as well.
Perfect. Fiona's message. Hello, Fiona. Oh, she sent us a picture. Ooh, look at this. Oh, lovely.
Gorgeous.
So an English paper pieced quilt with your hexagons. I think she looks like a bit of a hexpert.
I would say so. Yeah, absolutely.
Lovely. Oh, that's
I love the pink and green one at this far end.
Gorgeous,
that's really pretty.
isn't
Look
it?
at that kind of.
But look at those
really
bold colours. You see
this?
Amazing. Oh, Fiona, have you got this yet? Because that is going to work beautifully.
You're going to love this.
Ooh, thank you. Loving seeing all the pictures. So we are all about the English paper piecing today, and this is the Free Spirit collection. I think that's pretty evident, isn't it?
Yeah.
I love that it's called Free Spirit because you've got every colour under the sun. 75 different hexagons, pre-cut, ready for you, bold, vibrant, ready to go. By Denise Schmidt. She's an American designer, isn't she? Massachusetts, where they have a lot of textile mills.
Yes,
so I think that's the area she grew up in. So I guess then it's kind of in your blood, isn't it? If you grow up around it and you're exposed to it, then thanks for joining us. It's Make It Monday here at the Sewing Quarter. So what are we making?
Well, we're making a bag eventually, but we're talking about English paper piecing today.
Nice.
So I'm going to show, this is the traditional kind of hand sewn technique first, and then I'm going to show you 2 machine techniques for sewing these together.
Can you just show me how you did that knot again? She just, at me at home, I'm trying to do a knot on the end, and Sammy just nonchalantly done. Can you just show us that?
Yeah, sure. Hold on, I'll just get another piece of thread out of here.
Because this is so clever. Okay.
I don't know if this is something I've always done or whether my mum taught me, but probably my mum.
Okay, how can we do? Can we do this on the green?
Yeah, can we do it on so we can see?
So that we can see it, because I realise your top's kind of the same colour as a thread.
Sorry. There we are.
Here we
We're coming
go.
with a close-in shot now. There we
Yeah.
are. So this is the end of your thread.
Yeah.
How I do it is I take the thread between my two fingers.
Yeah.
And then I wrap it around.
Once.
I'll do it that way,
Twice.
that way. Just once.
Right.
And then
yeah.
twist it off the end of my finger and then pull. I'll do it again so you can see. But that basically ends you up with a
That's so clever.
knotty little thread on the end there.
That's very clever.
I'll do it again.
Twist over your finger and then roll it off.
I just wrap it round my finger once.
Yep.
And then I twist it off. If I do it that way, you can see better. So that is twisting that original thread around, and then you just pull it tight with your finger and thumb, and that creates a little super duper little knot in the end.
I'm so impressed by that. The hours that I spend trying to knot threads.
Not the end. It's you see, these are the things that I don't think about because they're just that's just what I do.
No, I just watched you do it going, hang on a minute, and then I noticed you've got a knot at the end of the thread. I'm like, what? How is that possible?
All right,
okay.
so I'm going to use the brighter fabrics just so that you can see what we're doing here. So I would place them together,
right.
my two that I want to join together along
Yes.
this edge, and make sure that I've got a nice, neat join there. And then I'll flip it over to make sure that, again, everything lines up and that everything is the same. Again, because of the accuracy of the pre-cut pieces and the pre-cut fabrics, you know it's going to match up.
And
but you want to make sure that it
glue.
is so neat and tidy. And look at those gorgeously sharp corners. So exciting.
The glue is just flying out. So your Soline water-soluble glue stick and blue refill is down on the bottom there, $5.95, just there.
Get hold of one you can. So I'm using a large needle and some white thread because I want you to be able to see it.
Okay.
And I'm just going to poke through and I'm going to try and get as
Catch
close to
those
the
edges.
edge. Yeah. And not
Okay.
even, there's probably a couple of strands of thread in there.
Oh, that's how accurate it is.
Yeah, really, really tiny.
That's why you're not going through the paper, are you?
Yeah, because
you're just
technically
catching the edge.
just catching the edge fibres of those fabrics. And again, this is why I prefer to do it by hand now, because it just means that you get no thread showing on the other side, or at least very little thread. With the machine techniques, you're going to see more. You're not going to see much. You can see, you can't see because it's on the TV, but you can hardly see the stitches with this one. But you can still see the stitches, whereas with this technique, you really shouldn't see any stitches, particularly if you're using a matching thread colour.
I think it's one of those things that, for me, yes, of course the ideal is to sit down and hand sew these together. But if the time that takes means that I just won't do it...
Realistically, yeah. Then
realistically,
sometimes
for me,
getting the
and that is
project
for
done
me.
is more important than, the technique and stuff. Obviously, I've been doing this a long time, so for me, it is more about the technique and making sure it's neat and tidy and things like that, and not seeing the stitching. But I have the time to spend.
Yeah.
I don't have kids, I have cats.
Cats, not kids.
So at the moment, that's, a consideration if you are shorter on time.
Yeah. My cats would get involved.
Oh, mine do, yeah. They
I'm
want
not
to eat
going to lie.
everything.
They do. They're very encouraging.
I was talking about
Let's
this with
call it that.
Yeah.
HP in particular is very encouraging of all these things. But then she likes to yoga as well. When I do my yoga, she's... in fact, both the cats were there doing yoga with me this morning.
Oh, bless them. So you can see, this is whip stitching.
So whip stitching is just kind
of over sewing, if you like. So sewing, kind of going from the same side all the time.
Now,
bloody fabric, excuse me.
There we go. So whilst you do that, I'm going to recap on these gorgeous fabrics. Now, these are just some of them. You get 75 pieces, all cut, perfectly cut. For me, that's another thing that, I don't cut very accurately. So this, absolutely perfect. You can see this is where it's been machine stitched. You can just see those. Obviously done in a colour so that you can purposefully see it. But we just wanted to show you all of those. Look at the vibrancy of those colours. This is your Free Spirit Hexagon Charm Pack by Denise Schmidt. 75 pieces, $29.95, less than 40p a hexagon. That, to me, is worth it to have it cut to perfection.
Yeah.
Because, yes, I might not be hand sewing this, but I still want it to look the business.
You still want that accuracy.
And, of course, you are a hexpert, but so is Cheryl LC, who's an American hexpert, but she's not just about hexies. She's, for $21.99, she's written you a lovely book full of ideas, different patterns, inspiration. And where's my favourite thing in here? Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Oh, look, you see, yeah, you've home furnishings out of this.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Who knew? Well, obviously you knew because we're doing that later. But I
Great way
didn't.
to start, though. I mean, cushions and homewares, again, because they're small areas, not as big as investing in a large quilt to start with. You know, that's quite overwhelming, the thought of doing a giant quilt.
Oh,
but
this? A jewel box necklace.
So cute.
Isn't that gorgeous?
It is, really. I really like that. I think that's a really sweet idea.
Yes. I'm doing that. Sharon's messaged in. She says she loves English paper piecing. You're not alone.
Good.
Excellent.
I didn't
Thank
think
you.
I was. It's very popular.
So you've done all down that side.
So I've finished stitching down that side,
Yep.
and then I'm just going to open that out, and
It's
you can
excellent.
see they're now joined together. And you can, again, you can see it because it's white, but you can barely see those little tiny stitches down the middle.
Oh, barely. Producer Paul says that's excellent.
Well done. Well done.
That's what it's there for. Not just to produce, but to come up with little gems like that.
Oh, Paul. Lovely. Right. So now I'm going to... So that's, in theory, you would carry on. So you would fold your next piece over
otherwise
in the
it's a very
same
small
way.
quilt.
Yeah, a very small quilt.
Right.
Do the same, whip stitch along there, and then obviously you would build up your pieces. And again, what you would normally do is, again, fold this way. So you'd fold your little piece of paper because these are going to come out again, and again, whip stitch down there.
Yeah.
So that's how you would do your... Join all your pieces together in that way,
Now,
by hand.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Because when I've done all my stitching, obviously we've used the glue stick, amazing, and
Yes.
and everyone so far that's bought this has double bought.
I'm
Well,
not
a
surprised,
lot.
they're great.
More have double bought than not on this. £5.95 for this. Now you get one stick and then you get the refill, which was seen as very easy to refill. JTEQ57 is your code for that, revolutionising the way we EPP.
Also, they've made it in pink, you know.
Yeah, well, there you go. So it's pretty in pink.
Clever people. It looks nice in your as well.
Yay! There it is. That's how it comes. That's how it's going to come to you. £5.95. Just makes your life easy.
Yeah.
That is worth every single penny for the time that has saved.
Yeah.
So that you can then get on to the beautiful thing, which is the actually designing the quilt, to putting those colours together in the order that you want to do it, to actually do the sewing bit that you want to do. Starts off blue, dries clear.
Yeah.
But how do we take it off?
Let me show you. Have I got one? That we can. Well, we can peel one of these, can't we? Here we are. So I'll show you this now, and we can show it again when I take the ones out of the other side. But you just peel.
So really easy. So it holds it long enough for you to sew, but then when you want out...
Yeah, super easy. Do you want to have a go at peeling?
Yeah. We buy my son easy peelers.
Yeah.
It's easier to peel than an easy peeler. It's just reminded me of fruit.
Yeah.
That is
so easy to peel, isn't it?
There's
And to be honest, when you've got it,
obviously
obviously we're peeling this fresh, but when you've got it in when you've stitched everything together, it's even easier.
I'm just going to stick it back on for you.
Okay, thanks.
You know,
You just want to use the glue pen.
So let me just show you. It's blue to start off with. Now you told me to not go on that line. So
No, don't try and stay away from the edge.
I've never played with on these. I've always liked the idea of it. And
Go for
then
it.
there you go. And yeah, so where it was glued earlier, it's gone. It's dried clear.
And you can kind of if you're going to reuse them, you can kind of rub it away, almost like what used to be Copydex kind of glue, kind of rubbed away. This does the same thing, so you can rub it off the edge of your paper pieces.
Nice.
When you're done.
There. Well done, Jenny. What's she done, Producer Paul? Oh, she's bought this. Well done, Jenny, for buying this. And Mary as well. Well done, Madeline. Marissa, all the M's. Anyone not beginning with M bought this? Oh, Aileen. There we go.
Yeah, lovely.
Jackie.
So yeah, that one you can see that
Come
one.
on, Aileen.
There's a little bit there, but there's hardly any glue residue on
This
that,
is
and that's
brilliant.
been used.
This makes me very happy.
You're a very happy little bunny there, just carrying on.
I like glue, you see. The glue has the opposite effect. You were a bit nervous about glue. I'm all about the glue.
I may be all about the glue if I've got a little one in tow, though.
Yeah, you would be. There you go. There you go. It's as if I never peeled it away. Perfect. Nice crisp edges.
Yeah, gorgeous
Done
corners
in
and everything.
seconds.
Fabulous. All right. Should we?
There we go.
So
now back to the free spirit.
Yes. So we've done that's by hand. Obviously, anything you normally stitch them all together.
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you 2 different machine techniques, which I was taught when I was first doing this. Both of them include a very narrow zigzag stitch.
Okay.
Which is something I haven't. There we are.
So have a play with your machine to see how you can get.
Yeah, I'm going to do a little bit of a test. It's all right. I've got a spare hexie here.
And we do this in 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
So have a go when you're doing your machine to see how you get on. You want a number 10. This is what I love about this machine. It's like no twizzling anything. You just press a button and off it goes.
Okay, so now stitch width and stitch length.
Yeah, which I did.
Yeah. Here we go. We'll have a little play with that.
Make it narrow.
Oh, I can see that needle. Oh, Sharon says, how do you send pictures? Here we go, Sharon. studio@sewingquarter.com sends in your pictures. If you just want to send just sort of like a text messagey type thing, then you message under where we're live on the website. Then there's a little box that says send us a message. I did check this out at the weekend. I was sending John numerous messages.
I messaged him. I do.
Yeah. So there we go. Message the studio, press send, in you go. Freddie and I were sat watching yesterday, nursing our colds.
I was watching Jo do her stag head the other day.
Oh, that was brilliant, wasn't
and bought a kit.
Did you? Have you done it yet? Has it arrived yet?
No, it hasn't arrived
You haven't
yet.
been home yet?
I haven't been home to get it.
Oh, something to look forward to. So, if you want to get the free spirit hexagons, $29.95, 75 pre-cut, beautiful, vibrant. It's every colour under the sun.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I love rainbow, but yeah,
well,
it is amazing. So that's the stitch we want to have. That one in the centre there. Can you see my little? They're doing a zoom in. Sorry,
so
I've just orange.
this
one here. So it's kind of narrow because this one's too narrow.
Right.
Because you've got to get both sides of your fabric in, obviously. But this is narrow enough, and it's kind of reasonably tight, but not so tight. You know, it's not satin stitch.
Okay.
So that's the kind of stitch that you're looking for. Again, do what I did and have a go. There we go.
That one. So it's this one here that we're looking for.
Yeah. So probably about 2 to 3 mil wide.
Okay.
And like a millimetre apart on your zigzag.
Nice.
What setting have I got this on? So this is on a 2 width on here.
Right.
To the width, and then we went 1 on the length.
Okay.
So if anyone has a similar machine, that's what we're going for.
Right.
You can see on the back here. There we are. I've because this is not going to be a flower because this is a fill-in piece.
Oh.
I know, controversial. I've put letters and numbers and corresponding so I remember where it goes because I was doing this and then not doing it straight away. If I was doing it straight away, it would be different. But because I had to do it half at home and then bring it here, I marked up A's and B's and C's and C's and everything so I knew where everything was going to go. And so that when we turn them over...
But that's great though, isn't it? Because you know, you don't want to waste time doing it and then have to do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. And particularly if you do what I do, like, you know, crafting in the car, you want to make sure that everything is labelled up as well as you possibly can.
You know, we were selling daylight lamps the other day. This is the time, isn't it, for your daylight lamp to get that true colour when you're putting these colours together. I would say if you don't have daylight lamp, put these colours together during the daytime and then do as Sammy's done and mark them so that you know where they go because it will look different in artificial light.
Definitely. And the other thing is obviously you can take a photograph on your phone. Yes. I would normally do that if I had patterned pieces. But obviously with these colours, a lot of them when you take a photo will look quite similar. So numbering them on the back is quite handy.
The way it is key.
And obviously that comes out afterwards, so it doesn't matter. So I've started by just popping my needle down by hand into both layers so I know where it's going to come down because you want to make sure that it's quite close to the edge. Yes. Because again, we want it to be as close as we can to this hand stitching. Okay. So this we're zigzagging over the edge. So let me show you. I will just run very slowly down the edge, and I'm going off the edge, and it's just catching one at a time, one thread at a time, half a zigzag in there.
Wow.
But that's so much faster than...
That is so intricate.
But look how neat, and let me move this out of the way, can you see how neat and tight, sorry. Come on,
I want to get an edge shot on this, because look how detailed and how intricate that is. Can I reveal?
Yeah. Again, it's a bit tighter, so you might need to ease that out.
So this is...
Again, I've used a white thread so you can see, but normally you would use either a matching thread, like I said, or an invisible thread so it doesn't show. But even so, the stitches are so, so small and precise.
Look at that. Lovely. So Denise Schmidt is the designer of these, and Sammy's kept all the colours together. But there's nothing, you could mix these into a bright quilt, go through your stash, mix it in with different patterns, so you just suddenly get that blast of colour.
Absolutely.
Ooh, it's all about the vibrancy on this. So many of you multi-buying on this, because of course you get 75 different colours.
Yes.
So if you want to double up on any of it...
Yeah, obviously I've used the brightest ones here, but you also get gorgeous neutrals.
Yes.
Like you get gorgeous threading into neutrals. Yeah, do you want to have a look at this one?
So these are some of your neutrals. Oh, maybe put these aside for a man one.
Yeah, and then you've got the brown tones as well at the other end.
Oh, these would look nice with like leather sofas and things like that.
They would, really gorgeous. Actually, so you get obviously the brights, but you get kind of the whole, the whole spectrum of colour.
I've got a charm pack with some beautiful reds and real bright, warm colours that I would look gorgeous with those neutrals. Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay, so I can see why you're multi-buying now, because all of a sudden I'm seeing existing packs that I've got that's going to go so much further because of mixing in a solid colour.
Yeah.
But then I also want to have this stunning piece just like this.
But you could easily, there's a lot of tonal difference between a few of these. I mean, there's some gorgeous soft greens and things which would look gorgeous with the neutral browns as well. The reds would go beautifully with the greys. Do you know what I mean? So you've got options there. You don't have to do it all, rainbow multicolour like we have.
As a wall hanging with my son's name embroidered on it.
Yeah, that would be gorgeous, really gorgeous.
That would make me really happy.
Well, that's what we can make it into afterwards, because I don't think we'll have time to make it into a bag, but we will certainly have time to finish the panel.
Amazing.
So
P&P all day, $2.95. Shop as much as you like throughout the day. Check out as many times as you like throughout the day. We will only charge you $2.95. We'll do that at midnight. I like to think of it as the Cinderella of postage charging, because it comes in at midnight. Oh, don't forget the book. That's very popular as well. Very hard to get hold of in the UK.
It's a really good book. They've got some great teaching techniques in there about how to do things. It's a great reminder.
So if you're after your book from our expert, Cheryl LC, not just Hexies though in here, is the book as well, $21.99, HJHN 47. Nice. Hang on. I saw you folding one of your Hexies there.
Yes, I'm going to show you when I unfold. So what I'm doing is I was sewing this one, the second side, and obviously you do have to fold this one, because otherwise you're not going to get a straight edge joining them up. So yeah, I literally just folded it in half and pop that in place, and then again unfold.
Now, if you don't want your stitches to sort of come apart at the edges, sew them together. Don't open them prematurely like I did.
Yeah.
Because I was in a hurry to show everybody. Look at this. But that... just gorgeous.
There we go. So yeah, you want to make sure that you finish off tying all your little ends, because obviously you don't want to come undone at any point. So yes, you want to tie those off.
How do I make those stitches disappear? What sort of coloured thread do I need to use?
Grey is a really good one, because it is a neutral tone. It does kind of go in with, disappears into the background. If I was doing this and being really picky about it, though, I would use my blues for my blues and my greys. I would, because that's just what I'm like. But if you're worried about matching thread colours to fabrics, a thing that we used to use when we were in the shop was that always go a shade darker.
Oh, okay.
Because it always shows less if you're a shade darker than if you're a shade lighter. A shade lighter will always pop, whereas a darker will always reset in. So if you haven't got the perfect light blue, as long as you go a shade darker, it shouldn't show.
So I guess basically you'll know that I've bought this when our beautiful display of threads at the back disappears. Because I've wandered off with it so that I can match all my colours. I'm not doing that, obviously. Christy's message in. Hello, Christy.
I'm just going to whip these through the machine quickly. Okay. Actually, I'm going to show... No,
she loves the glue. You're not alone. You are not alone. She's made some book covers with them. Oh, of course, yeah. It's not just for English paper piecing. $5.95. You get your glue pen, and you're also going to get a refill in there as well.
I mean, anything where you're going to be tacking, I suppose, you could use it for.
Absolutely. The glue, of course, starts out blue. Just turn it there. It starts out blue, but dries clear. And you can wash it out if you're using something. Does this have to go onto paper with fabric, or can it go fabric to fabric?
It works fabric to fabric as well.
So if you wanted to initially put your applique in place with this and then stitch around...
if you didn't want to use, fusible...
You could use it for that as well?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Gosh, we're running out of time again.
I know.
Hang on, where did this second hour... What's going on? I thought we were only halfway through the show.
I know. I said when they said to do this, I was like, we're never going to get through a whole show and do it and make stuff. But there we go. That's kind of a slightly different shape.
I love it. I just love it.
The other technique that we don't have time for, but I'll tell you about, is this one. So you can see the difference here. You get a lot more thread shown, but this is just zigzag with them opened out. So there's no folding involved.
Oh, okay.
Again, if you're nervous about sewing the right edge and things like that, you can just place two pieces together. In fact, I could probably do it quickly. Let's just do it with these ones just to show you. So I'm just matching up my two pieces as neatly as possible. Popping this down in. Again, I'm going to start by hand cranking so that I know where my needle is going exactly.
Yeah.
And making sure that I'm catching both edges.
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to snip through.
There we go. Lovely.
We can go through this a bit more in the next an hour after, because we're doing it again.
So, of course, if you've just joined us...
But that's just a simple
You're thinking, hang on a minute, English paper piecing, doesn't that always have to be hand sewn? No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be. That's it with it done on the top. This is it where it's done from the side, from the bottom through. But of course, we've done it in a contrasting thread so that you can really see it. You would normally do it in a muted tone. This is fabulous. And of course, if you want to do it traditionally and hand sew, then of course, you're not going to see hardly anything. Fab. So 3 different ways to do your English paper piecing, whether you're tacking it by hand or using the glue. $5.95 gets you the glue. Then make sure you get this beautiful array of vibrancy. This is happiness in a charm pack.
It is gorgeous.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Just this little section here, it makes me really happy.
We all have our little sections that make it happy. $29.95 UHRW 38. Grab it. Grab a cup of tea, join us for the next hour. Oh, Jenniffer Taylor's just walked in because she's back. We're doing mug cozies and all sorts of goodies next. And then you're back doing more English paper piecing, but bowls and things. So lots to stay tuned for still this morning. See you in just a moment. Bye-bye.
My name is Jenniffer Taylor and I am a seamstress, a self-taught seamstress, and the first thing I ever made was my wedding dress was about 5 years ago. So I started sewing when I decided to make my own wedding dress because I purely couldn't find out what I wanted. I couldn't find it anywhere, so I just thought, right, I'm going to make it myself. And then from that point on, I just couldn't stop sewing. I got addicted. I think we can all say that here. We're addicted to sewing. When I decided to take on the wedding dress as my first project, everyone did think I was a little bit loopy. But they know that I'm quite tenacious, so they knew what I was doing it for, and they kind of let me go run wild with the sewing machine. But yeah, everyone thought I was crazy, but I knew what I had in my mind. I knew exactly what I wanted, and the only way I could get there was to do it myself. My favourite thing to make would be dressmaking. I love to dress make. But actually dungarees. Dungarees are my favourite ever. Dungarees, why? Because there's pockets. I love pockets. I need pockets for everything. So yeah, dungarees are my ultimate favourite thing to make, without a doubt. My top tip for sewers would be Don't be afraid to make mistakes. I know you've probably heard that before, but it's so true. Being self-taught, I learn a lot by making lots of mistakes. So get a decent unpicker would be my top tip. I am really excited about working with Immediate Media because they have such a fantastic position with magazines. They're all about great projects, whether it's quilting, sewing, or even cake or cars. They know exactly what they're talking about, and they've got a passion for hobbies. And for me, my passion is sewing, so it's great to be working with somebody who's really enthusiastic for that. So my favourite item has to be, it's got to be my wedding dress. It has to be my wedding dress. It was the thing that started my sewing journey, and from that point on, I haven't stopped. So yeah, it was hard work. I cried a few times. I think there's some blood on there somewhere as well. Blood, sweat and tears went into it, and it is my favourite thing, and I'm really, really proud of it. I think, well, going to craft shows, I'm hearing from everybody that comes to visit me that they want more sewing, I demand more sewing, and to have a channel completely dedicated to sewing and quilting is just what everyone's been crying out for so long. So I'm all about getting the nation sewing, and to have a channel dedicated to that, I'm just excited. I am really looking forward to having a poke around in the warehouse. Don't tell anybody, but the goodies that they've got in there is so exciting. I can't wait to show you. So just being surrounded by amazing fabrics, beautiful patterns is just a treasure trove.
Hey, welcome back. We're here at the Sewing Quarter. We're doing all sorts of make it type things because it's Make It Monday. Here we have made flowers, look. La, la, la. That was from the first show. Then we've done some English paper piecing, and now we're making mug rugs, mug cozies. I love this idea. Not only does it keep your drink warmer for longer, but it also means that you don't scorch your hands. It's just cozy. It's a hug in a mug.
Hug in a mug.
I like this. So we're making these, but then you need a little snack, don't you? If you're having a drink, a cup of something, then you need a snack. So why not make yourself a nice little treat bag to go with you? The fabric is gorgeous. Oh, there's some vibrancy on these hours, aren't there, today? Just if you've just watched the last hour, how amazingly would this fabric go with that rainbow of hexagons? Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. I'm going to show you the fabric. It's here. Gosh, look at this. It is just an absolute delight. We've got all of these by the ½ metre, so you decide if you want a ½ metre, metre, 3 metres, 10 metres, it's entirely up to you. Whether you want the patterns, whether you want these gorgeous solids, or whether you want, look at this. Oh, I love this.
It's my favourite.
Whether you want it bright and vibrant, or whether you want the sort of the blues and the corals in there is entirely up to you. But this is from Makower. It's the Papillon range, which means butterfly in French. And there is a butterfly. Well, there you go, butterflies. You know what a butterfly looks like. There's nothing pointing at. There's a butterfly there. Look,
it would have been funny if you pointed at the domes.
So £5.45 for your Papillon range. It's called all over fabric. I think it's because the design is all over it. That's what I've decided anyway. So £5.45 per ½ metre. Go onto the website, choose which fabric you want. If you want a metre of it, you put 2 in the quantity because it's 2 lots of ½ metre. And then we've got the plain fabrics, which just work so beautifully with them. And the paisleys too. All of these, of course, on the website. Absolutely gorgeous. So if you're after the plain fabrics, let's bring in that pink, because I'm rather liking that pink. Bubblegum pink. £3.25 a ½ metre. Bargain! Yes. QBMY51. If you thought there was an echo in the studio, there isn't.
It's me.
It is the lovely Jenniffer Taylor. Hello.
Mwah.
That's a good price, isn't it, for a ½ metre fabric?
I love a bargain. I love a bargain.
What I love with these fabrics is that vibrant colour way that they've got going on with the butterflies and the birds. But then you can get the edging, or you can get that contrast with that pink, that
punch
bubblegum
through with
pink,
the pink,
and then that lovely orange that you've got in there. And we've also got that blue for you too, that azure blue.
Azure blue. It is a isn't it?
It is.
I can't help but feel happy looking at those fabrics.
Today has made me very happy fabric-wise.
It's been a good
I'm not
fabric
gonna lie.
day.
Yeah, happy about that.
Cracking fabric day today.
Now we've got the Papillon range, Makower in red, £5.45. Let's take a look at what you're going to do with them today.
I'm hoping to do both. So we're going to start with the mug rub because it's nice. Mug rug.
Yes.
Because it's nice and simple to do.
Good.
And the techniques that you're doing in the mug rug, we're then going to take it to the next step and then
Transferable skills.
Transferable skills, and then we're going to make it into our lunch pouch.
Nice.
All right. So the first thing you need to do is obviously measure your whatever it is you're making it for.
Okay.
So I've done it for my little travel mug because I find that doesn't stay hot enough long enough.
No.
I don't know why. They're supposed to, but they really don't. So with the mug rug, it actually really does work. And what I really like about the filler here is that it's both keeps things warm, but also keeps things cool.
Oh, now I have to mention this. This is your Insel Bright. We sold out of this when we bought it.
I can understand why.
Was it last week on the weekend? It was a day that I wasn't in, and the phone lines went into meltdown with this. I haven't seen this before. So this is Insel Bright. What does it do?
So it's basically a wadding, if you like, but with a difference. So there's actually a layer in it which helps convect or convey heat or whatever.
So it's going to reflect. So it'll either reflect the heat to keep things warm,
or
just not let heat in to keep things cold.
And so this is why I thought I'm going to go with something hot and something cold. So you've got your hot drink with your mug rug, keeping that nice and warm for longer for you, and then you've got your lunch, which you want to keep fresh and cool. So if you just pop a little ice pack in there, it will stay cooler for longer.
And then you can make your
oven gloves
in there as well. You can wash it. Just don't microwave it.
Don't microwave it. But
There
no,
you
you can do everything in there. You can wash it, you can tumble dry it. It's really, really versatile.
This is brilliant.
It's great stuff, and the price is just wicked.
You can iron it on a warm iron. This stuff gets better and better. That's why it's flying out, £5.95. And is that for a metre by metre? I want to say metre by metre.
On the back.
Oh, no, hang on.
Oh, on the front.
1.14 metres by 91.4
That's
centimetres.
rather accurate, isn't
it? So 45 inches by a yard, basically, if you're old school.
Oh, that's why.
That's fine. There we go. But basically, you're getting loads.
Lots. You make lots of mug rugs with that. But I thought it'd make a really nice picnic blanket.
Nice.
Because that way, the cold won't come from the ground, because it'll push it back down. So it's a really good one for a picnic blanket. So this could be a whole range for you. You've got your little bag, keeping your sandwiches nice and cool with your pot of little coffee and your little mat.
Let's go.
Perfect. Right, okay, so you need to measure your vessel, whatever that is. So it might be a mug, it might be a travel cup. So you need to do the circumference of it, so around where your hands would go, and also how tall it would be. So this is the circumference, and that's how tall it will be. Okay?
Yeah, that's easy.
You can add a seam allowance on if you want. If you either just do the measurement and then you know when you sew it's going to come up smaller, which means it will fit anyway. Or you could measure how long do I want it to be and then add the same allowances so it takes it off, all right? But either way, you need 3. So I've gone with the beautiful paisley. I do have a penchant for paisley.
We haven't really discussed the paisley.
No.
It is still part of the Papillon range. It's in blue. And it's £5.45. I love a paisley. Anybody knows me knows I love a paisley. As
soon as I came in my house, went into my sewing room to prep for this show, my husband is mad for paisley. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Can you make a shirt out of that? I haven't got enough fabric, darling. But he was all over that paisley.
Well, you say that. Now you can buy this by the half metre, so if you want...
Don't tell him that, Tash.
There's no reason why she can't make you a shirt
I knew there's a bad reason for working here.
A great reason.
It's
a great reason.
I'm going to be bankrupt. All this gorgeous fabric.
Yeah, but look, okay, so
mind you, at that price, you can't
buy.
It's true.
You can buy as much as you need. So whether you want it in blue, maybe you could have like contrasting ones. You could have a red one. He could have a blue one.
He definitely wants a
There's
shirt.
the red. Look at, I could see your Kirk in that red.
There will be a shirt made out of that. So that's 3 meters, Kirk. So that's 6 units.
It's called
Order it now.
coral, but it comes up sort of ready corally.
Yeah, it's quite vibrant on there, isn't it? But it is more coral pinky.
I'm going to go grab it, and then we can put the coral debate to bed. Right. Okay. So there's red around the edge of your paisley, but okay, no, I will give it a coral background.
It's coral,
nice,
and if you put it against the pink, it's definitely not pink.
No, it's not pink. It's coral.
And it's not red either.
You know those plain fat quarters we had on our first show?
Yes.
They would go nicely with this, wouldn't they? They'd go really nicely because they would pick out the navy from there.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so that solved that issue. Right, you as you were.
As you were. Get on with it. Okay, so we need to make a sandwich.
Yes. I have to go in our lunchbox.
Yeah, not an edible sandwich, unfortunately. You're very hungry today.
I'm really
I can
hungry.
tell.
Can you hear my
I can't
stomach
hear your
rumbling?
tummy, but I'll let you know when I can.
Okay.
So normally when you are quilting, because this is effectively what we're doing, like a mini quilt, really.
Okay.
Normally you would put your fluffy layer first.
Yeah.
Then you'd do your main fabric and then your backing on the top.
Yeah.
Whereas this one, we're actually going to do it like a sandwich. So we're not doing it wrong. Because what we're going to do here is we're going to bind our edge, so we're not bagging out
anyway.
Yeah, so
No
we're not bagging out,
Okay.
so we don't need to do it the other way. We are making a sandwich. This is how it's going to be. So I'm going to go with the lovely pink because I thought that would make the blue pop.
Yes.
And the little pink pots in the
you
flower.
Pick it out of there, so the colours are all going to go so beautifully together. Nice.
So I went with the pink.
We've got lots of fabric on the show today.
Lots
we will
and lots.
keep rotating those graphics and the different item numbers and things for you. But the best way to get what you want is just to go online, sewingquarter.com, and then underneath us, because we'll be there on the screen, underneath there'll be all the items that we've had and you can shop for it there. Or call our free phone number 0800 112 4433 to get through, and it is free to phone to get through to our help team. Number 1 is to go straight through to buy. Number 2 is if you need any help with anything, then go through there. But it is free to phone, and they will know all about this when you call.
It. Definitely. So once you've got your 3 pieces of your mug rug cut out, you're done with that. Okay.
Right.
So what we need to do now is do our bias binding.
Yay!
Okay.
I'm glad we're doing this again because we started to do this on another show, and I just need to recap these things.
It. All right, so I've already done a little cut already, but basically this is the grain of the fabric. Okay,
right,
that's the cross grain, okay? So what you need to do is cut at a 45-degree angle.
Right.
Okay, and the quickest way to do that is if you take the square part of your fabric, so imagine we haven't cut it, and this is how it comes. You will fold your fabric over, so then you have a triangle.
Okay.
And then you can just either take your scissors or take your rotary cutter and take that off, and then you've got your 45. Once you've got that angle, so if I just go back to here, if I lay that out straight, you're cutting in that along that 45 degrees. So you're not using
scissors or rotary
you can use
cutter,
scissors, but I'm going to use rotary cutters because it's a lot cleaner, it makes it a bit more accurate, and it's a lot quicker, first of all.
Okay, here's the thing. I've always been a scissors girl.
I am a scissors girl.
But having seen so many of our designers cut so quickly and beautifully and neatly through with rotary cutters, I do have a rotary cutter, but do you know what's held me back? I haven't had the right tools. I haven't had this. So it's not been safe, really, for me to use my rotary cutter, and I need one of these. So make sure that you get the right kit that you need. Any of the acrylics, any of the quilting acrylics that you'll see on the website are perfect for using with rotary cutters. They've got a sharp, I say a sharp edge, it's a straight edge.
Yeah, it's not beveled. That's the one thing you don't want to be picking up your son's or daughter's ruler in their little pencil case of kits. You don't want to be using that ruler because you are just going to go up and over the hills and over your fingers, and you really don't want to be doing that. So you definitely need to invest in a proper ruler.
This is what I need.
That has a straight edge.
And look at this. It's our sewing quarter one, and they are.
I didn't realise that. I just spotted it.
It's got sewing quarter on it there.
Nice.
Whee! And it's very vibrant.
It's great, but you need that so you can see the lines, and this is the point. So when you have your kit, you'd have a mat because you don't want to be rotary cutting onto your table.
Well, you do, yeah. I mean, if you rotary cut onto your table, obviously, then you've got
to have marks all over. Yeah, not only will you ruin your lovely blade, but you'll obviously ruin your table as well. So it is worth you definitely have to invest in a mat. Okay. But the lines on your mat, but also you need to have the lines on your ruler so you know what you're doing.
Nice.
So I'm going to just tidy up my 45-degree angle, but just by taking the edge off.
You see, I've made the mistake of lending my cutting mat to my son.
Maybe you should just let him have that one and maybe get another one.
I might. This is a 60 centimetre by 45 centimetre one, only because he's into Play-Doh at the moment. And it goes all over the carpet.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. They're great for everything, aren't they? They're great for protecting everything.
But I don't really want to get Play-Doh all over. No. Other doughs obviously are available.
You really don't?
Now, what size bias binding are we making?
Well, it depends on what size your maker is. So I would definitely invest in one of these because it just makes things so much quicker and so much easier.
We've got two on the show.
Have you?
This is a 25mm one. What does that mean?
So 25mm is basically the size of your bias binding. So when I cut
finished bias binding.
It's basically that measurement from here to there.
So that's how much it is as it comes out.
Yeah, as it comes out. So then when you fold it again, it would be half that measurement.
12.5.
That's the one. So that would be the mill of your binding, your finished binding. So if we were to get the cup.
Yes.
So that would be that's the finished, but that's not 25mm. Yeah.
No, it's half.
It's half of that.
Okay.
Okay. So whenever you're looking at that, it will basically be when it's out flat. So if I get a piece that I've already made, let's have a quick look. Where are you? Where are you?
So when I'm cutting, what width of material do I need to cut?
So when you're cutting, basically double that. So because that's 2.5, so that's 5 centimetres. This is where you use your mat. So I've just straightened up my raw edge.
Yep.
It's against the line, and I'm using the mat. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because this is on centimetres.
The mats have both, so you can either work in centimetres or inches, depending on what project, depending on what measurements. It's very confusing. Why can't they just decide one and stick with it? But no, we've got centimetres, we've got inches, all things are.
Well, I suppose it depends on what you prefer to work
like as in the world. Why couldn't the world have decided one or the other?
Why we just stick with the inches? Nah. I like inches because it makes you sound smaller.
I don't understand inches. You've got to know your 8 times table and inches. There are 8s all over the place. Scares me.
So I'm just going to do one more strip, and I think that will be more than enough for... Oh, let me just pull that down a little bit. So the reason why I've had to pull my fabric down a bit is because I want to know make sure my ruler is in the right position at the top and the bottom of my fabric.
So this is it. It's making all these things, making life easy. Excuse me, I'm having a little cough. Ta-da! Do I need to get the iron out?
You do, my girl. Thank you very much. Ooh. So I recently did an upcycle project for my book. Out of a man's shirt. There's a point.
Sorry, the book
this isn't actually a plug.
Should be.
But you'll be surprised how much fabric you require, or how little fabric you require to get so much bias binding. So basically, in short, it was a man's shirt that I cut the sleeves off, returned it round, refashioned it, but I used the sleeve. One sleeve of a man's shirt gave me something like 3 metres, 4 metres of bias binding.
That's crazy.
It's mental. So you think about taking your shirt off, opening it out, and then cutting it into the bias. Exactly what we're doing here. It just creates so much length.
So here's the thing: if you've been doing that to Paul Kirk's shirts, no wonder he wants me
to buy Paper Meadow fabric.
I've got no shirts. Where did they all go?
He does.
They're in your book, cut up and restyled, which will be coming out soon. We'll have
It
that,
will,
won't we?
yes,
Soon
it is
comes
coming out soon, yeah. So just with these 3 strips alone, if I just quickly measure that, so that's roughly about 60 centimetres, and I've got 3 of that. So there's 1.5 metres just from those 3 strips.
Too, yeah,
do you see what I mean?
yeah.
So you really do get a lot of bias with very little fabric.
I'm standing by, ready to iron.
Would you mind giving me those a very quick press for me? And then
before
we'll
we even do anything?
yeah, because they're a little bit creased, and I want to make sure we do it properly. Super quick.
So, of course, these...
So that strip, thanks.
These are out of the gorgeous Makower fabrics. I'm so glad that we've got the bolds as well as the
This should have been called the Happy Show.
Dude,
These
the happy
fabrics
day.
just make me smile. They're lovely.
You know what else is making all of you at home happy? And that's the Insulbright, which is this amazing material that we've got, which is what we're using to insulate these things. And so it's going to keep whatever's hot and whatever's cold. Does this mean that we can also use it for travel things, for hair straighteners, things like that? Nice.
That's a great idea, actually. So have a little pouch that you obviously keep it in with your all the gubbins.
Yeah.
the lead I was thinking of. But then if you have a roll-out mat, because then when you're straightening your hair, you put it down.
Yep.
You don't want that on your table. So, yeah, like a little mat that goes over the little bag. That'd be perfect.
Nice. There we go. Job done. And you can do that with the Insulbright. It even has, look, a little mitt on the back.
Yeah.
So you can do your oven.
It comes with a pattern.
It comes with a pattern. $5.95. YQRW79. Lots of multi-buys of this. We sold out of this last time. So a lot of you going for this. Of course, if you're multiplying, don't worry. It's only one lot of P&P. Our P&P is per day. $2.95 per day, which is awesome. So you can use this for mug rugs, for your lunch bags, for keep cool, keep hot, ironing boards, your oven mitt, your hair straightening things. Lots of messages about this today. You're so pleased to see it back. We're so pleased to have it.
I'll have it
to
back.
bring
It's a
back
great
for
product.
you.
It's a great product.
It's fab, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really affordable.
Super affordable.
To get over a metre of that. Nice. YQRW79.
Remember.
So, some of you have managed to get it. Heather, well done. Diane, Denise, Doris.
Are they checking out now already?
Hey, they're all checking out.
Well, see, this is the thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
I want to make sure you get it.
Louise, Angela, who else? June, Susan.
Wow.
Sylvia, Valerie, Jackie, Maureen, all going crazy for this. Well done.
Well done.
Good job.
Good job.
Yay.
No, but it is a great product. It's
When
a great
it is,
product.
isn't it? And that's when it
And so
flies.
versatile. So versatile.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much, Natasha, for pressing out my lovely bias
Pleasure.
bits. So now you need to attach these together. So you need to do that before you then attach it to your project, all right? So what you want to need to do is join these together in right angles. So you don't want to be doing anything like that, okay? So it does need to be at a right angle. So then when you sew it and you flip it, it matches.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's also another tip. So what you because when you sew things together, you always put things together, don't you? Seams together. So if I was going to put it like this, so the raw edges to the raw edges, and then sew it, you'd get a step. So you don't want that either.
Okay.
So when you place your binding on top of each other, you want to have what I call little ears.
Okay. So those dog ears that we normally
You need those little ears there.
Put them in.
Yeah, so you need to keep those in. So what you're basically going to do is sew from this point here all the way down to that point there.
Okay.
Once you've done that, then you can flip it and press. You just need to keep doing that. But just remember that you don't sew one of the raw sides up and then the other one down. Then you'll have bias that isn't continuous.
Right, okay.
Does that make sense?
I'm with you.
So I'm just going to sew that first, and I'll show you the trick with the next step. So
I'm learning. Bias binding, it's one of those things, it's been a bit of a
I'm on a
magical
zigzag
mystery
stitch.
thing. So for me, it's demystifying the bias binding. Here we go. I'm going to leave you to sew that.
okay.
And I'm going to, because are you going to sew that?
Yeah,
one
I
as
just
well?
wanted to. If I just do the one last
yeah,
strip,
yeah,
so
yeah.
I've just sewn that flat.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's sewn. So when you open it out, I've got my raw edge facing down. So this is the right side of the binding. So if you place that down there, then you know to place it on top of each other. Do you see what I mean?
Right.
Because if you don't do that, then you'll end up flipping your ribbon, and then it'll be the wrong way, so then your raw edges will be facing up, so you'll have right, wrong, and you don't want that, okay? So it's always worth to lay it out, lay it flat, and then place on top before you do your next one, all right?
You do that. I'm going to come and bring you over here to take another look at this gorgeous fabric by the ½ metre. Now, what you'll see us using at the moment is this gorgeous paisley. So we've got it in blue and we've got it in coral. So this blue here, ooh, haha, by the ½ metre. This is a good thick cotton, 100% cotton. This is from Makower. Paisley, always a popular one. And just look at those colours. You've got that pink in there, that lime green. This is perfect for spring, summer. It feels very soft, but it's a heavyweight cotton. So perfect for cushions, bags, quilts, anything like that that you're making. Then it's going to be absolutely perfect for the bias. Now, I'm being told this is a turquoise blue with a cerise and a lemon yellow and what accents? Sea blue accents. There you go. Perfect for dressmaking, quilting, patchworking, all of those things. So of course that's your blue. £5.45 per ½ metre. You decide. You are in control. You decide how much you want. Now, here we go. This is your coral. So, again, stunning, stunning design. Our producer and director both want waistcoats out of this. Is that matching, boys up there? I'd like them to produce and direct the shows in matching waistcoats.
Oh, yeah.
We could make that happen.
We can make it their uniform.
Oh, that would be stunning. So you've got that coral, the red, that lovely turquoise blue in there as well. Absolutely stunning. Blue's most popular at the moment, but do you know what? I love it all. It's really stunning. £4.95 per ½ metre. So that's under £10 for a metre. Yeah, £9.90 for a metre. That's good. And of course, if you're popping it in with your Inch Bright or something like that, pop it in your basket, only 1p&p. We like. If you need any help with measurements and things like that, our UK call centre is there, which is 0800 112 4433. Now, let's have a look at the azure blue. Makes me think of the south of France. Oh. The azure blue. Here we go. It's just a lovely blue, isn't it, really? Absolutely gorgeous. So that's your blue, which goes beautifully with the old Papillon. It's as if we know how to colour match, isn't it? There we go. It's matching in with that blue, the blues through there. Really beautiful colours there. And then let's have a look at which one of these? This one. Let's have a look at this one, because this £5.45 per ½ metre. Send your kids off to school with their lunch boxes made out of this. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. It's bright, it's vibrant, it's cheery, it's happy. It's what you need in your life, especially on a Make It Monday. Absolutely gorgeous. You see French Papillon, obviously butterfly, excuse the accent, not great at French. There we go, so there's your butterfly there. But then you've got French calling birds there. Nice. It's all about the French, isn't it here? Very gorgeous. This would look lovely. Maybe, do you know what? If you were doing a kid's bedroom, I could see this in kids' bedroom, in cushions, bean bags. Why not do bunting in it, curtains in it? You could do it all with this. £5.45, and of course you can get it by the ½ metre, so you decide how much you want, and it will be cut in a continuous length. So if you want 3 metres, you'll get it in a continuous length. You just put 6 in the quantity because it's 6 ½ metre lengths. £5.45, NPMY28. And then the other one, what colour are we calling this? It's a bit more masculine, this one. A little bit more muted but equally gorgeous. So you've got more of your teals and your corals through this one. Oh, it's called coral. There you go. That's why. Oh, hang on. If you want a contrasting, oh, that's why. Hello.
Oh,
look at
yes.
those colours all working.
I like what you're
playing
doing there,
nicely
Natasha.
together. £5.45. Okay, so our director now wants a dressing gown out of this one. Not the butterfly one, he wants out the paisley. £5.45. I feel like we're getting a list of things to make here. QJMY 49 gets you that. Beautiful. Oh, love these. Do you know, I thought working in a sweet shop or a chocolate factory would be, you know, like my ultimate job. But actually, working here with all these fabrics, oh, you're just spoilt for choice. Absolutely gorgeous. Hang on. Oh. Cameraman Tom wants this as a dressing gown, but with the inch bright. Do you not have heating in your house? Is that a problem for you there? Sorry?
Single glazing.
Oh, single glazing. There you go. He needs the inch bright. Let me show you that. Because it's back in stock, ladies and gents. Sold out the other day, but we've got it back. It is 45 inches by a yard. In centimetres, that's 1.143 metres by 91.44 centimetres. Basically, you get a lot. Okay,
You get a lot.
My son, when he started going to a childminder's, then the way that we managed to get him to go happily was by packing him up a picnic and saying that he was going to a picnic at Gemma's house, which is fine. And that worked a treat for when he went to childminders. But now he goes to nursery, and he's not allowed. He doesn't stay for lunch. So he's in the car and he's got his bag and he just looks at me absolutely, what, Mummy, there's no snack.
I love it.
So I think I'm going to have to send him. I'm going to have to make him his own little snack bag to go to school with his snack bag.
You spoilt him with the snacks.
I know. Hey, what are you doing over here?
Okay, so while you were discussing the beautiful fabrics, I thought I'd get a little ahead of myself and get some binding onto my mug rug. So if I just flip this over, all I've done is just smoothed the edges. I didn't want a square bag. We've gone to this effort of making bias binding. Why not use it to its full effect? And bias is just delightful for going around.
That's why you have it, isn't it? Because otherwise you may as well do a straight binding.
Yeah, so if you're just going to do corner straight like a quilt, then you can do bias, but you can do straight because you'd mite to the corners. Whereas the beauty of bias is that it moves and curves. So this is why you use it for necklines and things like that when you're doing your dressmaking. Yeah. So I thought, let's go for a nice curved edge. So all I did was curve the edge and then I folded over and then used that as a pattern to get the other side so it matches both sides, okay? So I've gone ahead and done the one side already. For this one, rather than doing the hook and loop tape, I'm going to show you another way. Now, this ribbon here is just what your fat quarters are bound in.
Nice.
Do you do that at home? I've got loads of it, loads of ribbon left over. So just keep hold of that because it is really lovely ribbon. So I've just added a bit of the fat quarter ribbon from the first show into my stash.
Some posh chocolate boxes come with a nice bit of ribbon.
Also come with a beautiful bit of ribbon.
That'll do.
So I've carried on that. So I'm going to do the curve with you now because I think it's really important that when you are doing your bias binding, try not to overstretch it. You actually want to ease it into the corner. So you can see there's almost a curve there, like it feels like there's too much material. But you need to be able to give that, otherwise it won't lie flat, it'll start to twist. So you need to ease this in. So this is the same process if you were going to be doing things like your sleeves, for instance. So I'm taking the fabric, instead of pulling it round and doing it like that, I'm making a point of giving it some fabric, allowing it to just curve nicely into that area. So then when I do sew, it becomes flat. Okay. So you do need to take that time around the corners. So before I put that in, I've got a little point there for my halfway points, ready for my bit of ribbon.
Kathleen's messaged in. She says, loving the show, loving the projects. And also, Zara has messaged in as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
She's getting lots of tips. tips to improve your sewing. This is what it's about here. It's about getting that inspiration. Do get in touch with us. We'd love to hear from you. We want to know what it is you're sewing. We want to know what it is that's really captured your imagination. So whilst Jenniffer pins those, let's see how you can get in touch. Going to help, isn't it? So there's Jenniffer busily bias binding things there, and then underneath is message the studio. You do have to have logged in to find this page. I tried to find it yesterday to message John, and I hadn't logged in. So go top right hand, log in, and then you can watch the show. And then underneath is the message to studio. And then if you keep scrolling down, oh, hello, everything that you've seen on the show. So if you can't remember the name of a specific fabric or anything like that, or you're going, was it Free Spirit, that 75 charm pack, or whatever, oh, which of those butterflies do I need? It's all on the website for you. But failing that, give the call centre a go. It's free, 0800 112 4433. Inchi Bright, very, very popular again. Do you support, are we okay stock-wise on that? Because I know we sold out before. At the moment, if you want to guarantee it, of course, check out your basket to make sure that you're going to get it, because it did sell out last time. But it is only one P&P. Check out as many times as you like throughout the day. This took a bit of getting my head around with our P&P, I'm not going to lie. I was like, how can you do that? How can you only have one P&P charge? But I've checked out multiple times.
Yeah.
But it's fine, because it just, at midnight, that fee is applied.
Tops up, doesn't it?
So, yeah, so basically your payment doesn't go through until the end of the day.
Nice.
And then that P&P, one P&P, $2.95 per day is applied. A little bit of a queue on the phone lines, because so many of you going for the Inchi Bright. But that's okay. You know, you can check out online as well. Nice. Terrific tableware, this hour's called.
Terrific tableware.
I would concur.
It's just terrific
Love
tableware.
it. So bright, vibrant fabrics. Do you know what? It might be miserable outside, but it's certainly cheery and happy in our
it's gorgeous
studio.
in here.
I love the clash that you've done here. We're making these. So, we made the flowers earlier.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm going to be really honest, Jenniffer.
Yeah.
That's not a big snack in your bag.
You can make it to any size you want. You
Okay,
don't have
just
to
checking.
go little one.
Because
This is my morning snack bag. This is my 11s bag.
Oh, okay. Oh, it is just like an 11s
Yeah.
snack. It's not like full on lunch.
No,
or
it's
anything.
not full on lunch.
Okay,
no.
just checking. The fabric. Which fabric should we look at next? Which one should we? It's your all over fabric. I think because the design is very much all over it. But this is the coral. Nice. So let's have a look. They're coming down. They'll find you. Find you. It's this one. There we go. We're coming down to it in coral. That's the fabric there. Is that the coral one?
Which one are we talking about? The lunch pouch?
No, it's the other one that's the coral. So the coral is the other. Hang on, let me go and grab it. Hang on. We can get over this confusion. Right, here we go. The coral is this one, because you've got the coral butterflies.
Nice.
Okay, so
Lovely green on
that's
that.
your coral. £5.45. QJMY 49. Now the other one is red. Same design, different colours. Yeah, look at that. Very, very vibrant. That's your red in there. So I love that you've used the red and the pink to clash beautifully together.
Don't
Stunning.
be afraid to put colours together like that. I think it complements, doesn't it?
Wow, do you know, they have that argy-bargy of colour, don't they? Look at that.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I'm loving it. Absolutely loving it. Yes.
Really nice.
This is what we're making. Get in touch if you've made similar or who you're making it for.
Okay, so I have stitched all the way around,
Right.
making sure that I'm not stitching down my ties, so I had those tied earlier. And what I've done, if I just flip that over, you can see that I've started here and ended there, so I've left a gap.
Yeah.
And the reason being is so I can then figure out how much binding I actually need before I sew it. Okay? So I fold my fabric, it doesn't matter where, the join, doesn't matter at all. So I've just folded it over like that and used my finger to create a crease, okay? So again, I'm going to fold this one flat over that, and then you'll be able to see through or feel through the fabric where the end is.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So then when you separate them, you can then join them up by placing the pin into that fold.
Nice.
So then you know it matches up perfect.
Nice.
So now I can just separate that from my mug rug, pop it under the machine and do a straight stitch to join my binding, trim it, and then close that gap that we created, all right?
Whilst you do that, actually that looks a bit like it could be an eye mask
I was about to say. I don't think you need that kind of insulation on your eyes, though, otherwise you'll have sweaty eyes. Is that possible?
Can your eyes sweat?
Can your eyes sweat? Are we getting surreal now?
Yeah, but you see in yoga, you do that thing where you rub your hands together, don't you? And then you put them over your eyes to make them nice and warm and sort of go zing.
Yeah, but is it not going to keep you up, though, having warm...
Sweaty eyes? I don't know, because I don't think I could actually go to sleep with a mask on anyway.
Yeah,
I can't do... sleep in an eye
No,
mask?
I don't.
It's like people that sleep with earphones on. How do you wake up?
I did used to do that at uni because it was just... so
but
noisy.
Then if your alarm goes off, you're going to hear your alarm. That would worry me.
Through your ears. Give yourself a little heart attack.
Yeah, no. You see, I love the idea. It's on planes, isn't it, that people have their little eye masks.
Is it?
Yeah. Linda's loving the show. Hello, Linda. Oh, she cuts the ribbons so that they do what? Oh, to hang up clothes.
Cuts the ribbon?
So for the ribbons.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm with you. Sorry, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Uh-huh.
I'm just taking my trim. Shimmy, trim. Right, so I've done my binding, so I'm going to flip that over now. Okay.
Nice.
So then we already pressed in, obviously, because we used our bias maker. So if we go back to the bias here, you can see that it's folded on both sides. It's already done the hard work for me. So what I need to do now is fold that over and back on itself. And then pin again. Now, you can top stitch this, but I like the finish of the hand finish, so sew it in by hand.
Because if you were doing a quilt and you were doing your binding, then you would hand
do it,
do that, wouldn't you?
So because we've given the ease in those corners now, we can see that it just falls really nicely.
It wants to do it, doesn't it?
It wants to go in that area, whereas if you overstretch your binding sometimes, it won't want to do that. Okay, so all I'm going to do now is just do a quick slip stitch in and out of that just to secure it down, and essentially that's your mug rug. So you see I've done the ribbon, so once you've wrapped it round you can tie it, or you could just use some hook and loop tape. And you can use that instead if you wanted to.
Lovely.
All right.
You can see my lipstick there on my my studio safe mug.
Your sippy cup.
My sippy cup.
You're not very well today, are you, my darling? Bless you. So, yeah, you can either do the ribbon version or you could just sew down some hook and loop tape, which is what I did on this one.
Let's undress this one.
Undress it. There you go. So I've just did a little casing on that one. So...
it's that fab personal touch, isn't it?
Yeah. So either way, as long as it goes around your mug and it can be tied and secured, you've got your mug rug.
Yeah.
All right. So should we get on with our lunch pouch
now? Let's do it. Lunch box.
Right, so let me get my fabric for that then.
Okay, all right. Of course, £5.45 for the red Papillon Makower 100% cotton fabric. But we're not using that on this one, are we? We're going paisley.
Paisley blue.
Oh, with the blue.
Yeah, so I thought I'd mix it up this time.
Yes.
So go very more complimentary with it.
Very more complimentary.
Yeah, that's English. That works.
It's sort of
works.
This is your azure blue, and this is your paisley. $3.25 per half metre for this plain azure. I hate calling it plain because it's so vibrant, but it's Yeah, you know what I mean by plain.
It's not an all-over print, let's put it that way.
Well, that's the all-over. This is your azure.
Azure.
Janice says, hi, girls.
Hello.
She says she's ordered her Inchi Bright.
Good girl. Good girl.
Work.
What are you going to make
Good
with
work.
it? That's what I want to know.
Well, we've got it back in stock, so get it while you can, because I don't know how long it will last, having sold out last time. Right, so this is our lunch.
This is our lunch
I
pouch.
think it's a snack pouch.
All right, snack pouch.
It's not like I'm greedy, it's just I eat a lot.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a snack pouch. So to make my size pouch, again, you can make this any size you like. But we're going to make small pouch today.
Portion control.
So if you if you're going for a portion control diet, this is the pouch for you. So my pouch is 7 inches across.
Yep.
By 20 inches long.
Okay.
So that's 51 centimetres, 17 and a half.
So you can get this out your half metre.
Yeah.
The fabric, can't you?
Yeah.
So KOMY 96. You can get your beautiful paisley. That's your blue paisley there, 5.45. So you can get this and a couple of cups, mug rugs.
Mug rug hugs.
Out of your half metre, can't you?
You could, yeah.
Easy.
If you're going to mix and match, you need to get obviously a half metre of each.
Yeah.
Because it'll be twice that amount, yeah. That's fine, as long as you're with me on that.
And then you've got your azure blue. 3.25 a half
That is a bargain.
Your azure.
That is a bargain.
Well, when you think that, fat quarters are often a couple of pounds, aren't they?
Yeah.
And that's for half of that. Mm-hmm. So this is your best value, isn't it, for buying fabric, is by the half metre, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, and then potentially cut it up to your own fat quarters. Because you can cut it to any size you want, can't you? Just get the meterage in. It's always worth having a few metres in your stash anyway. Okay, so this is going to be my pouch,
Nice.
but I need the sides to my pouch.
Okay.
So I need to also cut 2 of the fabrics. So I've just gone with the blue.
Yeah.
So I've got 2 fabrics. One's the outer, one's the inner, with obviously your Insa Bright, and then the same again here. So it's one on the left, one on the right.
Yes.
Okay. If you want to know the sizes, I'll measure it super quick for you. But again, depends on how big you're making it. So it's 3 inches by 6 inches.
Okay.
So that's roughly 15.5 by 8-ish, or thereabouts. Okay.
Okay.
Right. So what I would suggest you do before we go in... Go on, you want to say something?
We are running on the Inchi Bright. I thought we'd brought enough
No,
to wear. Oh my goodness!
You didn't listen to them.
It wasn't my show that sold out of last time. So if you want to guarantee it, please check out your basket. It's just a little gentle warning that if you missed out on it last time, or if you're stocking up again on it this time, then please do check out your basket so you don't miss out on your Inchi Light. You're not incurring any extra P&P. We've got some people buying 4 at a time.
It's a really good value. I think when John did the show and they did some research, I can't remember how much they said you could get it. It was something like £15 plus. Yeah. So for what we're getting, the meterage you're getting in there for that price, get it.
Oh, that's why. But check out your basket now, and of course you can continue to check out your basket. Don't worry. 1 P&P at the end of the day, £2.95. Right. So we're ready to do something.
Yes. Okay. So before I move on to the next step, what I would do is make 2 notches in the side of your fabric. This is indicating where your base is. So when you get to put your side pieces on, you know where you are. So if you remember, my piece here was 6 inches.
Yes.
So I went with an 8-inch mark. So whatever your measurement is, however big you want to do it by, however big your sides are, you need to take that off. Okay.
Right.
So what's effectively going to happen is the notches that I've cut are going to be on the bottom, and all it's going to do is that. That's the shape.
Okay.
So these are our side sections there.
Right.
The notches are there and there, so that's the bottom.
So that's the very base.
That's the base, and that flips over, okay?
Nice.
All right?
Okay.
So I just wanted to make sure that you've got your notches in. So I just did some little triangles, that's all I did.
You are a dressmaker through and through, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, I can't help it.
Quick warning, if everybody checks out their baskets who has Inchi Bright in their baskets, it's gone. It'll be sold out. So please, if you want to guarantee it, check out your baskets now.
Do it now.
Hang on. What
So I've done. So let me come back to you. Sorry. whereas we're making a sandwich
Yes.
over here, we're not making a sandwich over here.
That's why I wanted to check.
All right.
Double check why.
So we are going to, it's not bagging out as such, but it'll be the same principle. So I've got my wadding or Interbright in the bottom. I've got my main fabric and lining. To be honest, it doesn't matter which way these are because the quality on both sides are great anyway. So as long as you've got two pieces of your fabric on top of each other and your wadding on the bottom, you're good to go. And I'm just going to do a straight stitch down there. That's it. So I'm going to use... You can use the edge of the foot or a 1.5 seam allowance. Because it's a bag, it doesn't matter, but whatever you do, make sure you use it in the whole thing.
Or be consistent.
Be consistent with it. Whatever it is you're going to do, be consistent with it. So I'm just going to do one, and I'm just going to do the other one very quick. If you wouldn't mind for me, darling.
Caught in the act of having a drink there. Thought I'd get a little sneaky sip of drink in there.
Can you just fold that over and give that a press for me while I'm doing the other one?
Is this okay to iron then, this inshore writing thing?
Well, like you said earlier about doing an iron cut, like I get really fed up with the ironing covers that you can get. They're really boring.
Oh, do you know what?
They?
Yeah. Jenny says she's made an ironing board cover with it.
Perfect.
See,
Perfect for this. So you do
game.
that one for me.
All right.
So the lovely Natasha has just pressed that over. So you can see now we've got our sandwich. Lovely and pressed. So I'm just going to do a quick top stitch on the top of there just to secure it in place. So again, I'm just going to use the edge of the foot to do that. So that one's done.
There you go.
Merci beaucoup. And I'm just going to do the other
A
one.
line of top stitching.
Nice little line of top stitching.
Oh, this is going to be lovely. Very nice.
There you go. Right, okay, so again, because I'm going to be binding my edges, I want to create a nice curve in there.
Okay.
So taking your side sections, what I do is I fold it over, take my scissors, and cut once. So I'm just going to make a little scoop.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice.
Nice and quick. And then use that as a template for my other one.
Okay.
It's all about the shortcuts, isn't it?
Well, you know, why not? Why not? So, of course, if you've just joined us, hello.
Hello.
We're Make It Monday here at the Sewing Quarter, and we're making mug rugs and we're making snack packs. If those of you that have the Interbright in your baskets check out, then we've sold out of it. So if you want it, please be quick and please check out. I don't mean to hurry you. But the thing is, I don't mind telling you this because you can check out as many times as you like throughout the day. You're not going to get an extra P&P charge or anything. P&P is done by the day, so it's $2.95 per day.
Per day.
So it doesn't matter if you need to check out to make sure that you get this. You're not going to be charged an extra P&P the next time you check out if you haven't quite decided which fabrics to get or anything like that. It's fine.
I love the fact that you can whack a sewing machine in your basket and it's still the same
Happy
P&P.
days. $2.95.
$2.95.
That was key for us. There were a couple of things that were absolutely key. Firstly, $2.95 for your P&P, keeping the P&P affordable. So it's just it's like the cost of your car parking ticket if you go somewhere.
Bargain.
Yeah. And the other thing was that the call centre had to be free and had to be UK based.
Yeah.
And that they were the things that we absolutely 0800 112 4433 means that it's a nicer experience for everyone.
Absolutely.
Okay, so what are we doing now?
Right, okay, so all I've done is just press the air out of my layers, popped some pins in there so they obviously those 3 layers stay in place. If you want to at home, you could just do a hand tack and get rid of your pins altogether, but for speed, I'm just going with a few pins. And now I'm going to work with my side pieces. So I'm going to take this one first.
Yes.
Now, normally you would do right sides together, but because I've bound mine, it's all the raw edges, if you like, will be visible at first. So I'm actually going to turn this the other way.
Okay.
If you are going to do this now, then that would mean that all of your raw edges are on the inside of your bag.
Okay.
All right, does that make sense? So I'm going to do it this way instead. I just need to transfer my little notch. Let's pop that there. There you go. So on my side piece, I've done a little notch there. So again, this is just the centre. By folding it in half, I found out where the centre point is. And I'm going to line that up. Like
so which bit are we making on the bag at the moment?
So we are doing this section here. Okay,
Right.
so you can see where my binding is. That means all of my raw edges are actually on the outside. Whereas if I did it the other way, they would be all on the inside and not visible.
And is that the curved part there?
That's the curved part, yeah. So I'm just going to work around the curve. In fact, I'm going to work this way.
Just because I didn't know if anybody else was getting a little bit
confused.
Quite sure. Nice. But of course you can watch the repeats, so you can watch it back again. Oh, 2 different ways to watch the repeats now. Do you know?
No, tell me.
This? Okay, so the first way is obviously these shows will be repeated throughout the rest of the day on our website, which is sewingquarter.com, but they then get put on YouTube. So if you want to fast forward, reverse, or anything like that, you can do that too.
Yeah, because I haven't got a TV,
And then they're there.
Yeah, I haven't got a TV, so I was watching on the web, so I was having to watch the whole 4 hours.
4 hours.
But obviously coming from here and then travelling home, I'd already seen the first hour, so I didn't need to see that again. So then I struggled with not being able to fast forward, so that solved my problem.
Yeah, we've listened to you. That's what you asked for, so that's what we've done for you.
Nice. So very similar way that we did with our binding, you need to be easing in that curved edge, so you want to, it looks like it's really, really bumpy, but that's because I've eased in that area.
Right, okay.
All right, but when you do your stitching, when you lay it flat,
quite a few layers here. Are we all right with just a normal needle?
Yeah, we're fine. But what I would do is get your stitch length increased for show.
What about wonder clips, things like that? Would they work at this point,
you can do. Wonder clips are great, but I find they're better on straight edges than curves.
Okay, all right.
Look, I think I've got some in my kit. They're about 1 centimetre wide, so you wouldn't be able to get as many in there. And you can see that I've got about 3 or 4 pins in that curve alone.
There's a time and a place, isn't there, for all these things?
Yeah,
they make your life easy at certain points, and then sometimes you just need a pin.
Just good old pin.
Here we go. So your wonder clips there, $7.95. You see, I'm a little bit obsessed with the old wonder clips. That's why I always want to reference them. Now, your Inci Bright heat-resistant batting, $5.95. Now, can I just ask my producer to turn my mic back on, please? Ah, lovely, thank you. He's back. Hello. So he's wondering why I wasn't saying what he wanted to know. It's because I couldn't hear you. Christine, thank you very much for emailing in. She's using the Inci Bright for a straightener.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Good idea. Great idea.
I have known friends with teenagers who possibly don't turn off their straighteners, get a bit of a panic. But you know, it just
because it's so easily done, isn't it? So
have it on a nice heat-resistant pad. Hang on a minute.
Yes.
You know how so many people have messaged in saying, "Where did we get our tabletop ironing pad?"
Yeah.
You can make your own.
Yeah.
With the Inci Bright.
Yes.
That's perfect. There you go.
In the fabric you want to match your sewing room.
Yay! YQRW79. And then you don't have to get that clumpy ironing board out all the time. No. Just whip out the mat.
So handy
like
those mats are.
Yeah.
So handy. Especially when you're doing, like, you're travelling. So you know the iron little caddy you had, you can make one yourself, bigger.
Oh, yes.
Because there wasn't quite enough mat for me. I wanted it a little bit bigger.
I have to tell you, we are nearly out of time on
That's fine. I only want to show the one corner anyway, so it's all good.
I don't know where this hour's gone. Where's the morning gone? I feel like I've blinked and missed it. I've had too much fun.
Good. Well, that's a good thing. That means we're having lots of fun. So I'm just going to take some of my pins out.
It feels really strange, doesn't it? But because you're binding it, that's why you can have all those raw edges.
So I'm going to show you this one side of the bag, so you can see all of that raw edges. Oh, that doesn't look very sightly, does it? Well, it's because we're going to bind it
and make it look beautiful
like that. So how we did our mug rug earlier, where we sewed around the edges. And then we curve them back. The process is exactly the same with this bag.
Perfect.
But I just wanted to make sure that I definitely got in the side panel for you.
Thank you.
So you can see all the raw edges there, but you're going to cover it with the binding. But that's it. That is essentially your pouch. Done.
Perfect. Right, I'm going to recap on the fabrics for you so that you can make sure you get exactly the right ones that you want. So the coral Papillon is... Oh, it's over here. Come on, let me have a look. Here we go. So coral is this one here. This is your coral one there. $5.45. The patterns are $5.45, and then your plain colours are less. So here we go. This is your red one there. Then you've got your azure blue. That's your orange, your bubblegum. So azure, bubblegum on your orange, and then of course your paisleys further up. But do check out the website. Everything is underneath the shows on the website so that you can see. If you want just your plain fabrics, then you can grab that. If you want to get the coral, that gorgeous coral, $4.95. Lots of messages about the Interbright. Please check out your baskets because that is going to sell out. Up next, we've got fabulous Sammy. She is up next, carrying on from the English paper piecing theme, but now 3Ding it. Ooh, stay with us for that because we've got some beautiful items coming up for you there. Jenniffer Taylor, thank you ever so much. But grab another cuppa, maybe a piece of cake. It's that time of day, isn't it? 11's is, and we'll see you in just one moment.
Don't forget, shopping with us is easy and simple. You can just contact us at 0800 112 4433 and speak to our UK-based call centre to place an order, or shop online with us at www.sewingquarter.com.
I'm Jenniffer Taylor and I was a contestant on the Great British Sewing Bee, but now I mainly dedicate my time to starting a sewing revolution.
I am so excited about the Sewing Quarter because this is the first time that us sewers have got somewhere to go that is dedicated to the hobbies that we absolutely love.
I love making clothes. I think clothes are an empowering tool. It's something that you wear every day, and why not have a piece of clothing that really embodies how you are as a person and get your personality across. So for me, clothes are my favourite things to sew.
We're going to take you by the hand and take you all the way through. But if you are already experienced, there are going to be loads of projects that are just going to take you to the next level and beyond.
I'm really excited that there's going to be a channel for me and my friends to watch, to discover new fabrics and new techniques and different things that we might not have tried before.
I started sewing with my grandmother when I was very small. She was a seamstress and she taught me a lot, and I have her 50-plus-year-old Singer sewing machine.
I am so excited about the Sewing Quarter because it's one place where you're going to find everything you love about sewing, whether that's fabric, tools and equipment, everything you could possibly need to get you sewing in one space. What's not to like?
There are many different ways you can buy from us here at the Sewing Quarter. You can order from us by calling our free phone number at 0800 112 4433 and talk to the team at our UK-based call centre. Alternatively, there are other ways you can buy from us. You can go online and shop through our website at www.sewingquarter.com. You can even watch the show there and shop as you go. You can check out as many times as you like throughout the day and only pay a small fee of £2.95 postage and packaging for the whole day. We also offer a 30-day money-back guarantee on all products excluding custom cut fabric. Our friendly UK-based team will help guide you through every step. Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter at Sewing Quarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air.
Hey, welcome back. This is the last of our live shows this morning at the Sewing Quarter, and beautiful, beautiful items for you. So here's the thing. At our 9 o'clock show, Sammy Claridge showed us how to do English paper piecing. Perfect, lovely for normal quilts. But now we're upping it. We're taking it to the next level with 3D English paper piecing, and we've made these out of our gorgeous Tilda Autumn Tree fabric. But just look at this. Isn't that gorgeous? So we're going to learn how to 3D up our English paper piecing, but I think this is just stunning. And when you get your fat eighth bundle. You're getting 14 different pieces, which means that you can have that splash of colour, that splash of pattern and design from all of these different ones. It is absolutely exquisite. This really shows off Tilda, isn't it? Just gorgeous. So it's incorporating all those pretty petite florals with those larger blooms. You've got avocados, creams, you've got strawberry shades in there. It's just delicious. It's good enough to eat, isn't it? It's absolutely gorgeous. I'm not allowed to eat it. I'm not going to eat it. That's fine. So we've got all of these different ways to make all of these on the show for you, which I think are gorgeous. We've got a bundle of your paper to piece, which we'll show you in a minute, which gives you these 3D effects if you're wondering how we've done these. Now, let me have a look. There we go. So that's another one. And then this here is another of the 3D that we've made. Really gorgeous. So that's using just 2 of them. Now, these have been made using the Tilda Fat Eighth bundle. So the a fat eighth is half a fat quarter, hence that you'd get 8 because it's double the amount of a fat quarter. So here we go. Tilda, of course, meaning quality. This exquisite print that you're going to see time and time again, gorgeously printed, these colours going so well together. That's all down to the designer, Tone's design. You know, she's very much in control and in charge of what comes out of Tilda, because it's all down to her. She even does the design work, the packaging, the photography, very, very hands-on. But this is it, whimsical, romantic, absolutely gorgeous. These are just stunning, stunning fabrics. And of course, these have been used to make all of these. So, to show us how to do all of this, we've got Sammy Claridge. Come with me. Hi, Sammy.
Hello.
Do you have a nice cup of tea?
Yeah, cup of tea.
Let's do
Going in again?
Well, yeah, let's do it. Now, ooh, what springs to mind when someone says Tilda to you?
Floral. I love them. Dainty as well. That's the other thing I love about particularly this collection, I have to say. The floralness is so gorgeously dainty and delicate.
And perfectly printed. There's no bleed. There's no cut. No. You know, with cheaper prints, you know, you often get that bleed, don't you, through. But look at these. You've got
sometimes that offset printing, which
I'm going to show you, actually. I want to show you this because I want you to see. Yeah, I've got this in blue in my cushions in my dining room. And I just absolutely love it. This is the size of a fat eighth. So, of course, 2 of those would be a fat quarter. So this is a fat eighth. But I just love that print. I'm opening that because I want you to see. So you've got the mix of the ditzy prints, those ditzy florals.
Yeah, so, and again, these all pre-matched for you. So they all go, you know, they all match in together beautifully.
And then you get those larger prints. Gorgeous, 14 of these.
Yeah.
In a fat eighth bundle. Happy days, $34.95. What are you doing with them?
Well, they gave me this beautiful kit, which is this one here, which you can use it gives you the paper pieces inside, like we had before with the hexagon.
Yes.
But this is all different shapes, so that you can make 6 different bowls, and there's like a little trinket box, which I'm hoping we're going to do today, in this kit. And everything's already pre-cut for you, so you don't have to worry about it.
Nice.
Yeah.
This reminds me of my grandparents. I'm pretty sure that my Nanny Mew used to make things like this and then put hook and loop fastening and then put them on the dashboard of the car for sunglasses and spare change and things like that. Gorgeous. But they're just lovely. And I mean, you get 6 different designs with these. And you get, it's all cut, ready to go. I'm going to get the instructions out and show you.
They are really good instructions, very clear.
If you can get them out.
Yeah.
Helps, doesn't it? Oh, hello. I'm getting all the pieces out. So
that shows you what you get. And then you get the basic instruction sheet on its own, which is that one.
So we're
talk you through curves and different shapes and things like that.
And then it shows you how to put them all together.
Yeah.
So $16.95 for 6 different patterns. But here's the thing, we worked out that's what...
I can't remember what we said now.
Less than £3 a bowl.
Yeah. And unlike with normal paper piecing, with these, you leave it inside.
So that's what gives it the rigidity.
It the strength. So obviously, you're not going to necessarily wash a bowl in the washing machine. You can obviously, you know, spot clean, but I wouldn't. So the cardboard inside. But obviously, you could, if you wanted to wash them, maybe use the shapes inside to cut them from interfacing, so that again you could make them washable.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, perfect. Do that too. So $16.95 gets you those. So they're the 6 different bowls that you get. Let's take a quick look there. DXHN76 is your item number there. Cool. I like these. I like these a lot. Right.
They're really cute.
How do we use them?
Okay, so let's get started. So basically you get, the instructions will tell you which pieces you need to cover in order to create the bowl that you want.
Okay.
So basically the same as we did in the previous hour, you just, obviously with this, your pieces of fabric aren't pre-cut.
Right.
So you have to then cut them to size. So
would you just use a fabric pen and just sort of draw around, leaving a seam allowance?
Yes, yeah, I would do. I mean, the other option, which I'm going to show you, which is a slightly quicker version, is to use your paper piece, obviously. Again, you'll want to maybe fussy cut some of these.
Do you know what this is? Yeah, now by fussy cut, what do you mean?
Let me explain. So, have I got one that I can show you here? Yeah, here we are. This is the lid of the box that we're going to do, and I have fussy cut this to make sure that on the lid, that central, the same as this fabric, but it's in a different colour, is essentially aligned in the middle of the shape, and the same
so
with the one that's going on the
inside.
I've made sure that that is exactly the same on the other side. So we've got that one there and that one there. So I've fussy cut, which means you waste a bit more fabric because obviously you're cutting into the centre rather than, you know, cutting to the edge. But it means you get that motif right in the centre of whatever it is you're doing.
Gorgeous.
Same with some of the other ones with that gorgeous doily print where I've tried to make sure that we got all the shapes really central. But I still managed to get, I mean, those are 3, 4, 5, and there's plenty of fabric left here to do number 6. So there's more than enough fabric in the bundle to do all 6 bowls.
Nice. Verity's absolutely loving your pattern magic.
Oh, she's so cute.
And she loves the deer print as well. Do you know what? This is the print that converted me to Tilda. Because it just... there's nothing else out there quite like it. You know, it's really beautiful. I might even press it so that you can see it without any...
Particularly that one, I think. It's because it's that relief. It's that the white pattern with the print in the background to create the pattern with that one. You're
getting 14 fat 8s with this. I'm just going to give it a quick press so that you can see it to its best advantage. But this is what you're getting. You're getting this great big bundle there, which means 14 different designs.
Yeah.
There's no repeats through there.
You don't have to decide.
No, you don't have to decide. You get to treat yourself with all of them. And here we go. Let me just show you that off to its absolute. Isn't that just stunning? Really, really gorgeous.
So
now,
pretty.
You've got all sorts. It's like Bambi, isn't it?
Yeah.
In print fabric form. It's really gorgeous. Now, you see, the designer, Tony herself, she designs it, she describes it as whimsical. She describes it as wearing a ball gown with wellies.
Yeah.
I think
it's exactly what it is.
Which is
exactly
why I absolutely
love
it. Because that could be me. I would happily wander around in a ball gown and some wellies. Do you want that ironing?
Could you? That would be lovely.
No, of course I can.
We've got the iron out, might as well.
As it's out, yeah. La, 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 la. This is pretty as well.
I love the floral motif ones.
Well, it's like it's got a stitch in the background, doesn't it?
I don't know. Like you say, they remind me quite a lot of my grandparents.
Yeah.
With this stuff. But it's
but with a modern twist.
Yeah, that's
to
the
it,
thing.
Isn't
It's
it?
like you've got the antique kind of the antique-y floral kind of finish, but then you've got, you know, the gorgeous. I mean, this is gorgeous. This one, it's kind of 1920s print, and then you've got the slightly. I mean, this one again, the stripe is really classic. This one's really cute. Kind of that's a bit more whimsical. That one. This one with the kind of the choices that they've picked to go in this particular fat quarter bundle are really, really pretty.
This is the greens, isn't it? This is your autumn. Look at these. I love this. For me, okay, I'm not going to lie. When I first saw the price of Tilda, when you see the price of other sort of fat eighth or fat quarter bundles, I was like, whoa, really? But then I actually used it, and it is worth every single penny. I'm not going to lie, this is a premium brand.
Yeah,
but it is so beautiful to work with. And just, if you've never ever worked with it and you're wondering what all the fuss is about Tilda and why it is that we love it so much, something like this, the Fat Eighth bundle, $34.95. Treat yourself, try it.
Yeah.
You won't regret it. And you will just have the prettiest outcome with anything that you decide to make with it. These gorgeous greens, they are just absolutely... I'm going in.
Do it. Go on. Because I've used all the one of my favourite one. You've used it all, so.
So you've got this one here with the ditzy prints. But then you go for that classic...
With the spot in the background. Like you say, like with this, with the stitch in the background, it gives it just that level more, which again is what you pay for until that kind of level up.
Yeah, but then, you know, I remember reading somewhere, you know, chintz and stripes are always going to go.
Yeah, they are.
So then you've got
very
that
classic.
to work for. It's a very reminiscent type fabric. But just look at that, absolutely stunning. And so you get that ditzy print in the back of that bold design there.
But again, the thing I love about this, because I'm a craft sewer, I think, because the motifs this is a large motif. This is kind of one of her bigger ones, and normally with some of the bigger floral, you get bigger print, you know, bigger motifs, which is great. But if you're doing small craft projects, you want small motifs. We used to sell quite a lot of Tilda fabric for doll's house fabric.
Yes.
Because the print is small, it's detailed, it's delicate and dainty, which means that you can use it for these smaller projects.
If you want to use something like that.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. So you're getting all of this, and of course don't forget there was also that deer scene as well. Hang on, let me show you. That's what you're getting, all of those in your Fat Eighth bundle. It's a lovely taster. Shay has messaged and thank you ever so much. She says she's done some English paper piecing. Oh, look, with this.
With this collection as well. Yeah,
that
perfect.
is stunning. And there you go. You see, that's it. It works perfectly,
She's used my
doesn't it?
favourite one, which is this one. And she's just done the edge of it on the edge of a hexagon on the top, right, left, your left.
Here we go. Yeah, so this...
Oh, I love it. I think it's such a pretty...
Gorgeous,
reminds me
isn't
of doilies, but like super on-trend doilies.
For me, it's like a mandala almost. Sort of an Indian kind of feel to it. Sorry, I missed that piece, Paul. Could you say that again? Dawn. Oh, hello, Dawn. She says she's just received her Tilda snail kit. Oh, well, that's just
the one you were making the other day. They're adorable.
I
really
made
adorable.
my son one out of the Fat Eighths. So you can make extra. If you're careful about how you cut out the fabric for the body, you can fit 4 rather than just 2.
Brilliant.
And then I cracked into my Fat Eighth bundle and made a couple more snails.
Love it.
Right. So, Sammy, what are we doing?
So I have, for the purposes of doing it today so that you can see what I'm doing, I'm going to leave the triangle in place, and I would draw around it. And I'm going to place this here, just it's easier for the camera to see. I'm going to cut, that's 1/2 inch.
Okay.
I'm going to leave these slightly wider. Normally you would kind of do quite a narrow one, but we want to have a bit extra to play with, and we can always trim it away afterwards.
Okay,
if we want to. There we go.
So with the rotary cutter, of course, you can use that with the acrylics. That's going to work, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. And then you can just reposition.
We've got the Clover rotary cutters. They're on, well, it's coming up on the screen, but it's also on the website, so do take a look. This is the 45mm one. We've got various different sizes. If you're going for more intricate ones, you might want to go for an 18mm. CBGQ12 is your item. And of course, when you're using the blade, just make sure you cut away from yourself, and then just to put the blade back in when you're finished with it. So just all of those things just helps. You see, that's just it. It's getting that good practice, isn't it? I've got animals and small people.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's one of those things. But it's just, I think with the Clover as well, it's quite intuitive because you've got that right by your thumb, haven't you?
Just going to cut that point a bit more because it's I'm working with a very small ruler today and a rather large.
I can tell
piece
when
of
you're
stuff.
concentrating because Sammy suddenly goes very
really
quiet when she's
quiet. Stop
concentrating. So whilst you do that, let's go through all of these different colours again as well. So here we go. These are the 14 that you get in the pack. Of course, there was that one. Now let's move on to these. 14 different fat 8s. We're looking at Tilda fabric. If you've never worked with it before, or what can I say, treat yourself and give it a go. I did, and I just never looked back. Beautiful on baby fabrics, baby blankets, anything that's going to be heirloom that you want to keep, always absolutely perfect. Even just down to just a plain stripe somehow looks gorgeous. There we go. So there, it's kind of your cottage garden for me.
Again, I love that stripe because that's not just a stripe. It's like a triple stripe with a double stripe of a different colour down there.
Candy stripes through. It's just gorgeous.
Just those little extra touches that she does that make everything.
Now we're going to play
gorgeous.
with one of your new favourite things.
Yes, it is. I love it so much.
Which is, of course, the glue pen.
Yes.
So if you've been used to English paper piecing and having to tack...
Yeah.
No, not anymore.
No, absolutely. Not anymore. You don't have to worry about that. You can, obviously, if you want to, but...
Now, this is the yellow one. Both the blue and the yellow, obviously, they're coloured to start off with so that you can see where you start with and where you're gluing, but they then go clear. So it's whatever colour you like to work with. Oh, it's really luminous, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a highlighter pen.
Yeah. Oh, did you used to have loads of highlighters pen when you were at school?
I still do.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, that was the thing, was I'm just highlighting my revision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They all have iPads and laptops these days, don't they? They don't use pens and pencils anymore.
No, I have to work with a pen and paper.
Oh, yeah.
I have to write things down. If I have to remember it, it has to be written down. So you go opposite sides first.
I do
with
when I'm getting a specific shape, because what I want to do now is I want to fold over and make sure that that is still centrally placed.
Right, yes.
And it's a little bit off, because I'd like it to be a little bit more that way. So I'm just going to pop back in.
So this
you
glue
can see
gives
the colour's
you...
already disappearing.
Yeah, but it gives you that wiggle room. Otherwise, you'd be unpicking stitches, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Which, you know, just isn't fun.
No.
So that's why these pens are absolutely brilliant. $5.95 for your soluble glue stick and your blue. That's for the blue one, $5.95. Then we've got the yellow. We've also got the refills on the show for you as well. JTEQ57, because so many of you bulk buying and multi-ordering. So that's what the pen is. That's what you're getting when you buy the pen for $5.95. JTEQ57, and then the refills are $2.45 for a refill. That's good, isn't it?
You get 2 in the pack for the refill.
So let's give you the yellow refill. Now, will the yellow refill fit in the blue pen?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can mix and match. So you could buy the yellow refill and buy the blue pen, and then you've got everything for all occasion. I guess if you're using this on different fabrics, then the colours just might show up differently.
Yeah, although, I don't know, I still haven't found a difference yet. I will probably get told what the difference is shortly, but I haven't found... I mean, maybe this one is slightly less sticky.
Don't know.
So I would say maybe this one is more like a repositionable adhesive rather than necessarily the blue one, which is maybe slightly stronger. But again, I haven't noticed, and I've been using both kind of, you know, backwards and forwards. I haven't noticed much of a difference yet.
Now we're working with the bowls from the paper piecing, but we've also got a little bit of this, a little bit of that. What's this?
That's, again, it will be pre-cut shapes.
Let's have a look. So this is giving you pre-cut shapes. So for your English paper piecing, $15.95. Whoops, sorry.
Oh, that's right.
And these are the patterns that you're getting. Oh, nice. So that's going to do you the quilt.
Yeah. So if you do want to do it more traditionally, but you want to have a go at all the different shapes within there, because you've got, again, you've got all the different shapes, diamonds and all sorts.
All cut so that they all mix and match. Because you could try cutting these out by hand, you would be there for days.
Yeah.
Whereas these are all pre-cut ready for you.
Yeah.
Here we go. Lovely.
And then it'll give you how to put everything together.
Oh, very nice.
Nice, you get to have a go at curves with this one as well.
So it's eye-catching designs, isn't it? Maybe you want to make a wall hanging or a baby blanket, then they're all there for you, and that's what the finished item could look like.
So that you get to have a go at all the different shapes and all the different techniques, then you can see which one you actually prefer, whether you like to do triangles or hexagons or whatever. I think they're really good. And you can use
these ones more than once, because these ones don't have to stay in.
Yeah, no,
like the bowl ones.
Out. Yeah.
Fab. Excellent. So that's my little piece of this, little piece of that.
Lovely.
And then what else do I have to show?
I don't know. I've got
all the hexagons that we were using earlier.
Oh yeah.
Let me just.
They might be under here.
I don't know if I've got them. Oh, is that? No.
No, that's
we
my
haven't got them out.
We
were using them on the earlier show, so if you're after the hexagons that we had, which is kind of your traditional English paper piecing, then we've got 25 pieces for $4.45. So whether you're making 3D with the bowls, whether you want to get the different ones for the quilt, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, or whether you want to get the hexagons, they're all there. They will all be underneath the screen on the website where you can watch the show. The entire day's worth of goodies is listed there, so just pick which ones you want.
That's actually the website. If I know that I just want to go in and buy what's on the show, I'll just scroll down, click it in my basket, check out.
I made the mistake of going on the fabrics cut by the half-metre section the other day. Oh, that's a bit tempting, isn't it? So, you know, make the most of the website. It is there for you. It's got all sorts of goodies. Let's have a quick look at that website. I believe that we have that technology. So let's take a look. So here we go. So once you've signed in, you go into my account on the top right, you sign in, and here we are, having a little chat about things. Then if you want to message us, you can do that. You have to log in before you can do all this. Message your studio, please say hi. And then underneath, products from all of today's shows. So there's your Tilda there. Gorgeous. Gives you a little bit of information about it. There's your English paper piecing. Pop it in your basket. Off we go. Now, what are we making?
So obviously that's the piece when you're done.
Yeah.
And that makes one of the bases of one of the other bowls.
Nice.
But we're going to because obviously they're the bowls, but this is the box, and I thought this would be fun to make on the if we get through. So I've done the same with all of the pieces here.
Right.
So we've covered them all.
Yeah.
And we've made 2 lots.
So, okay, 2 lots of each.
Because the idea, we're doing these bowls, obviously you have to have an inside and an outside.
Okay.
So what you do is you make it up once,
Yep.
facing the inside, a bit like a bag lining, and then you make it up the other way round on the outside, and then you stitch them together when you're finished.
Oh, okay, nice.
Which is fun.
We've had a message from Pat. Hello, Pat. She says, this Tilda fabric has got her hooked. Yeah, you and me both. This was where I started with Tilda and then moved on to Pardon My Garden. Love that one.
Fabric
the
is
Bumblebee
addictive.
one.
Oh, I'm doing
I
something
love the Bumblebee Tilda range too. There are so many, and we've got so many of them on the website as well. So if you're looking to add in other Tilda fabrics to play with, check out the website as well. But for today, we've got the Autumn Tree in green, which is just sublime. Love it.
Just trying to make sure I get all these around the right way. Green, white, green, white.
Okay, so what are you doing
green.
At the moment?
I'm laying these out so that I get them all in the right place.
Right.
Because obviously you've got fat 8s, and this was the last one that I made.
Right.
So I had run out of for instance, I used the green on one of the other ones, so I didn't have enough. If I thought it through, I would have done this all in one, because you would have plenty to do one for the inside and one for the outside.
Oh, but I like the fact that you can use all the different...
The mixy-matchy,
yeah,
I do. I think it's really
I'm
pretty.
Up for a bit of mixy-matchy.
Mixy-matchy, I love it. There
okay.
We go.
So this is how...
So we're going to have cream on the outside and green on the inside, so we've got... Oh, that's still in the wrong place. Goodness sake. 1, 2, 3...
Okay.
Just
Sammy matches all these things up and works out what she's doing well.
Sorry.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter. We are bringing you English paper piecing. It's Make It Monday. Now, the English paper piecing that we did on the, now what was it, 9 o'clock show was to make blankets, things like that. Now we're doing 3D English paper piecing, which is really rather lovely. These are what we're making out of our beautiful Tilda fabrics, which is just gorgeous. So you can really mix in those ditzy prints with those larger florals and just absolutely gorgeous, and those woodland scenes. works an absolute treat. So $34.95 gets you your fat eighths so that you can use that material. But then we've also got the patterns as well for the bowls. I'm just going to show, can I just show you these again, because these are just gorgeous. This is with the tilde material, really beautiful. And then this is the next one. Oh, Carol's just had her first order. Congratulations, Carol. Excellent. Just beautiful. Lots of tilde lovers out there, as we know you are. Once you try tilde, you know it is going to be one that you just treat yourself to. It's such a beautiful quality, lovely cotton to work with, and the print is absolutely exquisite on it. So you get 14 fat eighths in this bundle for $34.95, and these are some of the shapes that you can make out of the paper piecing bowl kit that we've got. So that's what we're using here. You get 6 different bowls to make there. What is it, $16.95 for these. So that's for 6 bowls. So less than £3 a bowl to be doing this, which is great. So they're the different bowls. Let's just show you the designs a little bit further. Here we are. Lots of multi-buyers for this. Again, I think these make perfect gifts. Maybe fill them with Easter eggs for Easter.
Oh, goodness, yes.
Wouldn't that be lovely with that tilde fabric?
I really like the idea of using the bigger bowl, the one I made.
Is this the one that we're making now?
Yeah.
So we're doing this one at the moment. This is the one that we're making at the moment.
I like the idea of putting a plant in the middle bowl that we've got there.
Yeah.
And kind of hanging it from the ceiling, a bit macrame-esque.
Oh, nice.
And putting a little plant in it in the corner of the room. I just think, because these, you know, I suppose the greens make me think of, I mean, the Pantone colour of the year is greenery.
Yes, it is.
You know, and that's very similar to this kind of gorgeously green tone. So my brain is all kind of plant orientated when I think of it.
That's why we're using this tilde, isn't it? And it brings that splash of springtime into the house.
Definitely.
Lovely. Okay, so
now that I've laid it out correctly.
Yes. But you can. This is the fun. This for me is the fun bit. Is the laying out and the design work. This is I love.
So again, normally I would do this by hand, and some of these I did by hand, and some of this you have to do by hand because obviously you're 3-dimensional. It makes it a bit tricky. But this section I'm going to do on the machine, and again I'm going to repeat showing you that the machine stitching technique for stitching them together.
Okay.
To start with.
Lovely.
So we start with the top layer. We get them to the machine.
So you don't stitch the top and the bottom layer together first?
No, you stitch them 2 separately. So you stitch the inside of the bowl, create the inside of the bowl, and then you create the outside of the bowl because you have to do them flat and then put the 2 together.
Is this all on the instructions?
It is all on the instructions. I say it like I'm teaching you what to do. I am not. I'm just following the instructions today. But actually, I've done this quite a lot, but I think that even people who are quite new would find this really great because the instructions are very, very straightforward, very simple, very clear to understand with nice photography.
Oh, no, I'm liking this. I'm liking this an awful lot. So, it's personal gifts, isn't it? For me, I'm thinking Easter. It's the green colours, it's those spring colours that are making me think what a beautiful alternative Easter gift. You know, if somebody can't have chocolate and things like that, maybe, like you say, pop a plant in there, or maybe some nice hand creams, something like that. It really is. Or a new home gift, all these things.
Mother's Day.
Mother's Day.
I'm
also thinking end of school gifts.
Teacher gifts.
Teacher gifts. They're going to be top of the class, aren't they, if you waltz in with one of these. So the patterns are $16.95.
So every time I'm finishing one, I'm going back and placing it and making sure that it's still in the right direction. So I'm just going to pop this one on. And you can see how much effort going the machine route, particularly to join them together, is than doing this by hand, because it would take a lot longer if we were doing it by hand.
Okay.
Which obviously you can do if you want to, because, I'm a hand, English paper piece, so that's what I like to do. But if you do have to do something in a hurry and you want it to look really nice, this is a good alternative to do it.
Perfect. Okay, so $16.95 gets you the paper pieces for the bowls, and you get 6 bowls in that, so less than £3 per bowl. DXHN 76 for that. Now, if you're after the beautiful fabric, we've used Tilda Fat 8s. This is our autumn tree range in the green. One of my favourites, the deer print, was actually what got me into Tilda in the first place. I had this in the blue, but I love it equally in the green. It's absolutely gorgeous. So you've got ducks, you've got deer, you've got rabbits, you've got lambs, you've got everything in there. Absolutely gorgeous. We do love Tilda.
We do.
Lots of you sending us messages saying how much you love it as well. I didn't understand it until I used it, and it's once you use it and you see how the colours all work and mingle together beautifully, that's when you realise just what a skill the designer has.
I think a lot of people misunderstand Tilda and think, it's very expensive, but when you look at other brands that are in her league, it's actually not.
It's great value.
It's really good value.
Yeah. No, I think you're right.
And
I was guilty of that. You know, when I first saw it, thinking, gosh, but actually, for the amount that you're getting here, with 14 Fat 8s, you get a lovely amount to play with, all with different patterns that you can mix and match throughout. Different prints, really gorgeous, really exquisite. $34.95. FWGQ02. Nice.
This is the only issue if you do it by machine. Sometimes you do, because we're doing it so narrow. Right. All I'm going to do is just run it through again.
Okay, so it doesn't matter.
So again, because you're not going to notice you're doing a zigzag, and it does, you are dealing with a very narrow stitch.
Yes.
So that it doesn't show so much, but you do run the risk of not going through both at once.
I was giggling to myself the other morning when I was making the yoga bag that we made the other day. I was finishing it off. And I was laughing to myself because I'd stitched it all around the wrong way.
Oh.
and had to unpick. And I thought, well, yeah, this is the thing. Here I was. Because we get used to doing early mornings, getting up here to be here in time to start at 8, I now get used to getting up early at that time on my days off, which is fine. But no, crafting at 6 o'clock, not such it. My brain was not engaged. I was not quite getting it right.
I must admit that my friends are all saying, how on earth are you getting up early? Because I am not a morning person.
Well, you're doing remarkably well then.
Still not quite sure how I'm doing this. But normally I'm the one who's like crafting at like 2 o'clock in the morning. That's my
you're
kind
a night owl.
Definitely. But yeah, it's been really interesting, like getting up before dawn. To come and do this show. I quite like it.
I have to say, I
feel like I've got so much of a longer day.
Yes, that's so true,
Giving
isn't
myself
it?
a gift of time.
And then if you have a morning where you don't get up until shock horror, say 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
My day's got, where's that? I've normally been up for 4 hours by now.
It's 4 o'clock already.
Yeah,
what happens? I haven't had
What's
food
going
yet.
on? Yeah, that's what happened on my day off yesterday. I was like, whoa. Anne-Marie's messaging. Hello, Anne-Marie. She's asking how to watch afterwards. So, good question. You can either watch on the website, sewingquarter.com, and it will repeat in the 4-hour blocks. It will repeat. But a lot of you said, well, I might have caught a show and then it's not time efficient. So what we've done for you is we've put the shows onto YouTube. So not only can you watch today's shows, but you can go back and watch other days' shows. Maybe you want to make that lovely big cushion that we made the other day. The details for which I put on my Facebook page as well, by the way. So you can go and you can watch on YouTube, and then you can fast forward, rewind to get to the bit that you want to get to. So they're still in the 4-hour block, but you can fast forward to the show that you want to watch.
Yeah.
Handy.
Yep.
Handy, huh? Hey, hang on. This is really quick.
Yeah, super fast. As I say, particularly if you're doing, I would take the time and do it by hand. And obviously you can, but this is a quick option, particularly with something that is not going to be washed, I think.
Yeah.
And obviously we do want it to be firm enough to be made into that 3-dimensional shape, so.
Beautiful. So this is how it's all going to start to go together. Nice. That's the Tilda material that we're using, the Fat 8s there, $34.95. FWGQ02.
Sorry, I'm going to leave it there.
Nice.
Cool.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Let me pop those there for you. Lovely.
Okay.
So do we just repeat?
So we would repeat. I'm going to do that afterwards, though, if we've got some time, because what I want to show is the hand stitching part of this.
Okay.
Obviously, then making it three-dimensional. So I think
And that has to be done by hand.
that has to be done by hand. I mean, with some of the other bowls, I think with the oval-ish bowl, the kind of diamond-shaped bowl, I did manage to get that under the sewing machine.
Oh, okay.
To get that thing, because I wanted to know if I could. But with something like this, where we're doing, because obviously the curves on that were a little bit more angled, whereas this is going to be, we're trying to get right angles going on here. So we want to be able to, I want to be able to be in control.
Right.
I don't want to be bending this either, because I want it to be nice and flat.
So my question is, would you sew all of these together once the top layer is done?
What now?
Well, so say you've done this again,
Yes.
which is going to be your lining.
Yes.
Do you then stitch those all together? You go through all of it?
Yes, I'd go through the whole stage of this, and then I would go to the next one. I would have done all this twice, so I've done this one and then done this one, and then I would do this one and then I'd do that one.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I hope it does. So yes, this is the inside.
Which stitch are we going to use?
So again, we're going to use a whip stitch like we did earlier, but obviously we have to do it on a corner, so it just make it a little bit more difficult and a bit more manhandly. I'm just going to grab my needle that I had earlier.
Okay.
There we go.
So that's the finished article. That's what we're aiming towards.
Again, it's a bit of a
So if you want to buy the patterns for all 6 of those, it's $16.95. The details are down on the bottom of your screen there. Your item code DXHN76. They're for 6 bowls coming in at $16.95. And we've paired it, of course, with the Tilda fabric. If you've already got Tilda in your stash, then you're good to go. Of course, you don't have to make it out of the Tilda fabric. Maybe you want it for your kid's bedroom or something. You want it out of those vibrant colours that we had in the last show. Any of the fabrics that we've had on today, of course, you can work with. But we've used the Tilda because we just think it's so gorgeous. So gorgeous.
They would really work, like with that the kind of folk fabric that was in the last show. I think would look gorgeous again, because the motifs are quite small scale. Obviously, if you're making something with a bigger fabric, some of the art gallery fabrics, for instance, some of the prints would be a little large for these. So you do want to make sure that your scale is appropriate.
That's why we've chosen Tilda for it. It's not a coincidence.
Yes.
I think it would be fair to say. Now, of course, if you're wondering how Sammy managed to glue all of this together so quickly, it was, of course, using the glue pens. We've got blue and yellow. We don't actually know if there's a difference. We don't think there is. We think it's just that the colour. So that if you're using blue, depending on what sort of fabric colour you're gluing onto, you either use the blue or the yellow to give that contrast so that you could see. Gwen's messaged in. Hello, Gwen. She's wondering about matching a block colour with the Tilda. She says that she's found one on the website. So there's one on the website called Lawn. So if you just add that in, it's £3.25 for a block colour to add in, and that's per half a metre, £3.25 per half a metre. And that makes it go so much further.
I was going to say, it means that you could do all the insides of your bowls in the Tilda prints and do the outsides in a plain, or with this one you could do plain on the inside and the print on the outside.
Nice. But of course you could also pick up the pinks in this, couldn't you? Those raspberry, strawberry tones through this. That
gorgeous kind of blush pink that's kind of in there would be really pretty.
Or just a plain calico.
Yeah.
Because then you've got that sort of natural linen-y type colour that's going to work so well with this shabby chic sort of feel.
It does have, that's the word I was looking for anyway. I was kind of making vintage and kind of thing, but yeah, shabby chic, that is, it really does fit in well. I'm just trying not to poke myself in the finger, you understand? That's why I'm being quiet.
No, I know. I'm noticing this because obviously all of our guests we're new, so we're getting to know them, and we know that when Sammy goes quiet, she's concentrating.
Trying not to hurt myself.
Today it's trying not to sew her finger in. Here we go. So we've got this beautiful fabric here. This is one of the 14 fat 8s that you're getting. Here they all are. Beautiful. We love Tilda.
There we go.
Gorgeous. 14 of those. Treat yourself.
Do it.
Now, you had loads left over, didn't you? When
I
you
did,
made
yeah.
these?
I've still got lots left over. Probably enough to make the whole lot again, I should imagine.
Ooh, fab.
Because you get the 14. Let's just have a look at that. So that's what you then create.
Okay. Now, are you doing this as the lining?
Yes, this is the
Right.
lining because I've used all the cream, because I had more left of the cream floral for
Right.
the outside. So the outside all looks the same,
So
apart from the
outside will
base.
just...
Yeah, so that's
go
going to
on.
go on the outside like that.
Ah. Now, all of these are in the instructions when you get this. So when you get it, here we go. There's your paper pieces there. So they're the different shapes. It's amazing, isn't it, actually, how different they look in different fabrics.
Yeah, I love the bright ones they've made here. I mean, this would, like you say, great for kids crafting or, popping
Just
in your
to
kids'
help
room.
tidy up their rooms. I need all the help I can.
We're not good at
Teddy's room.
I was going to say.
So $16.95 gets you all of these. Aren't they fab? I like a lot. Multi-buyers on this, I'm not surprised. A lot of you may be thinking gifts. Now, you see, for this one, I'm thinking pop some Easter eggs and things in there.
Definitely.
I hand make my Easter eggs.
Do you?
Yeah.
What?
And so I'm always after something to put them in. But you
So
see, if I
chocolate
put
ones?
some, yeah.
Do you have like a mould and everything?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I've had the moulds for nearly 30 years.
Wow.
I've been making my own Easter eggs. And so you could put some tissue paper in the bottom now, that shredded paper.
Oh, that's
and
the
then
that looks like
yeah.
nests.
And then you
isn't it?
could lay the egg on there. There you go, that's it.
That'd be
And then that's a
amazing.
super special gift because you've got something to keep. And then, and so of course, you see, this is what I was thinking, my egg in there.
That would be so pretty.
And then that's a gift in itself after you've eaten the chocolate.
Either that, or if you're trying not to do chocolate, like some of us are, a little bag of bath salts or something in there would be lovely.
Hand creams. Things
Yeah,
like
we try
that.
not to do eggs. We try not to do chocolate at Easter because we will eat it too much all the rest of the year
I've already
round.
started eating them. I can't help it. It is probably my favourite type of chocolate. There's just something, isn't there, about the width of that.
Oh, yeah.
Now, anyway, back to...
Sorry, we're in a chocolate coma there for a minute.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. So maybe you want to make a baby blanket or something. This would look beautiful in your Tilda, of course,
would.
as well.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous.
Just beautiful, different designs. This could be a wall hanging. Sometimes it's too pretty to fold and put on a bed. You know, you need it out. So it gives you all the instructions how to do the different patterns, the different designs. It's all there for you. Nice, detailed instructions, actually. Even shows you how to do the stitching. It's all in there. So if you've missed the show, don't worry.
You can always watch it on YouTube.
$15.95 for that. Yeah, you can. It's good, that, isn't it? I'm pleased that we listened.
I'm very happy about it. I watch a lot of things on YouTube.
Do you?
Well, if I'm not sure of a technique, or when I was first learning about different, because I'd only ever done hexagons when I was younger for English paper piecing, I went straight to YouTube because I learn very visually, which is again why I love this channel.
Works a treat.
I work very visually, and I love to see people do something because often it's about, particularly with something three-dimensional, it's about the angle at which you do something.
Yes.
And I learnt to crochet from, my mum taught me originally, and then I then learnt from YouTube.
Yes.
So to have all of the resources of the shows that we're doing here on YouTube means that all of us, designers can go and watch each other's shows when we're not on.
Do you know what I've really noticed,
Really
actually, about our designers here is the camaraderie. Because when we finish the shows, everybody's out in the office, and the exchange of ideas and hints and tips that go on just within the designers themselves is really lovely. It's kind of a big sewing family back there.
It really
just
is.
Really, really lovely that's what's developing. Yeah, it's a treat, absolute treat.
So, sorry, hand sewing is laborious, but you can
So
see
whipping
there. Look at
stitch
this.
through
Yeah,
there,
just
and
whip
it's
stitching
starting-
through the corners. You can see how gorgeously that is coming together.
Now that's the lining. That's why it's on the inside.
Yeah, that's why we're doing it inside out. It looks a bit odd at the minute. It looks like all the guts of it are on the outside.
Now, the sort of needles that you're using are embroidery needles, aren't they?
Yes.
So we've got these on the show as well. So if you're wondering, because sometimes that's what stops me with a project. I'm not sure if I've got quite the right tools.
Oh, and there are so many different kinds of needles, and there is an important difference, but also you tend to gravitate. I mean, I tend to use similar needles for most of my sewing because I found ones that I like, and then I stick to them. So then I'll use them for pretty much everything. But you need embroidery needles because they've got a longer eye to take larger threads. Quilting needles, for instance, generally are smoother and shorter because you're going to be doing, very detailed work on the back and things like that. So
getting the right tools,
getting the right ones for the right job.
So
is
these
hard.
are your embroidery and crewel work needles, hand sewing needles. There, 95p.
They're nice because they're good and long. Lovely. So you're going to carry on all the way round. What I'm going to do is I'm going to repeat and show how the machine stitching is done, just so that if anybody missed that previously.
Lovely. And of course, if you're wondering how these were all glued together so quickly, it's because of the glue that we have on the show. So sorry?
Do you want to have a go at doing that whilst I'm
gluing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Always happy to glue.
So when I do, you're gonna have to cut a bit, but we can do that quickly as well.
Go on then.
This is if you're not good with a rotary cutter.
Yeah.
You can use a pair of scissors. You don't have to use a rotary cutter. For instance, if you don't have one, obviously you can buy one from the channel, but you can also use scissors.
I'm just giggling because upstairs is going on a conversation that I had when I first heard about English paper piecing. And our director's going, no, it's piercing. No, it's piecing. It's English paper piecing because they're pieces of paper that you're piecing together. So I'm glad they're clearing that up upstairs. They wouldn't be the first to get that confused.
I think English paper piercing is a different craft entirely.
Absolutely.
It's to do with piercing paper and sewing through it.
But that's not what we're doing.
Put it on the front
today.
of cards. No, that's not what we're doing today.
So thanks everyone for getting involved today. Lots of emails coming in. It's Make It Monday. Yes. Sammy's here, demystifying English paper piecing for us. I've got my glue stick. I'm good to go. I'm going to use the blue one. We've already used the yellow one. Let me use the blue one. Yes.
You can probably see that a bit better on the screen as well.
Yeah. So anything that you've seen on the shows today, if you've missed it earlier and you've gone, oh my goodness, what's she using? Where did that glue stick come from?
How did she do it so fast?
How did this happen? It's on the website. So here we go. Let's show you where that is. So here's the website. There I am. There's Sammy. Underneath, message the studio. You can message us, and then there are all the products that we've had on the shows today. Nice. All the fabrics, the rotary cutters, scissors, craft mats, all on there. Everything that you need. If you've missed something, or maybe you're new to sewing and you're just getting that stash up and running, go for it. I was just saying to Jenniffer earlier, I need a new mat because it's been purloined for the joys of Play-Doh by my son. I was like, I'm not getting that back, am I, for fabric? That's not happening. Well, because otherwise he goes all over the floor, doesn't it? All over the carpet. Yeah. So I will be investing in one of those because they're very handy. And of course, using the Tilda fabric today, which is just exquisite.
I love it.
So many messages about how many of you love Tilda, how many of you just love to use it. Do you know what? Message in and let us know how you first came to find Tilda, how you first came to get involved with it. Who first introduced you to Tilda?
I can tell you my story if you like.
Go on, I'd like to hear your story, Sammy.
It was one of our fabric suppliers had just started doing books.
Right.
From Tilda before she even had a fabric range or anything.
Yeah.
And I think it was the one we had on the other day, kind of springtime.
Oh yeah, full of Easter gifts.
That one, and I was like, so I bought one for myself, thinking, oh, this, I quite like the look of this. This looks quite fun.
Yeah.
She had some gorgeous little rabbits.
Yes.
Like toy rabbits in these books, and I thought, oh, they look interesting. So I thought I wanted to be interested in how to make them because I hadn't done much toy making before.
Yeah.
and I absolutely got hooked. And I think I said on the show the other day, I think I made about 17 to 20 projects out of that one book.
No,
and
really?
just went completely crazy for it. And I think that's what a lot of people do when they find Tilda.
Yeah.
They're just, because it's so different.
And because the fabrics work so beautifully in those projects.
Yeah.
It's just, and then you'll start finding other little projects you go, oh, I could just do with a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And these are our projects. So this is case in point here, is of course this. Absolutely lovely. These are your 6 different bowls. If you want to grab the 6 different bowls, they're $16.95 for all 6 of the patterns, and you get all of the pieces there ready to go. Do I just snip off that end?
Yes.
Okay.
I think they're called the dog ears.
Dog ears, yeah. We have many a dog ear in our house.
Yeah. It's funny, again, terminology is something that we've been learning off each other, the designers. Because some people obviously have been kind of traditionally taught, some people have been taught by their parents, some people have been taught by their grandparents. And a lot of the time, I think if you're taught by somebody, a member of your family, say, they don't always use all the correct terminology.
Well, no, it's what they've used.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're all teaching each other the right words for things, which is quite fun.
But these are the bowls that we're making. Actually, you're making a box.
I am making a box.
Bowls and boxes.
Yes, bowls and boxes.
6 different designs in the pack for you. So, of course, Tilda was the perfect choice because of the different designs, because how the designs just merge and work so beautifully together. It's a thing of beauty, isn't it? I don't think anyone could disagree with that.
Absolutely gorgeous.
We just echo each other.
Did.
This would be great for my Easter eggs as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I love that triangular one. I think that's a really interesting shape.
My sister-in-law runs a hairband business.
Oh, yeah.
Which means that we always have lots of hairbands around and about in the place. So there's no reason. I always need a bowl or something to just throw them in.
Well, don't you? I find in the bathroom cupboard, there's always like your dental floss and your bits and bobs. And how much nicer, or cotton wool balls and things like that. How much nicer would it be if it was in one of those?
Put them on the windowsill. Have those out.
Yeah.
Lovely. But it is, isn't it? Or just as a little tidier way for things. Maybe in your workroom or your bedroom. Jewellery. Do you take your jewellery off at the end of the day?
I do. I have a little dish by my bed, but it would be so much nicer. Sewing room, sewing room storage.
Absolutely
pop your threads in them. That's what this reminded me of when I saw the drawing of it. It reminded me of a box that I think it was my gran used to have with her sewing stuff in it.
Fab. So this is it part made. So you have the outside and you have the inside. This is the inside of it here that's been machine stitched along there, but then hand stitched to get those uprights there. So when that is finished off, that will be your uprights, and then you'll have the lid. So what Sammy's working on at the moment is the outer part, so that you then construct the outside part over there. It's very clever.
It is. I'm
really
seeing if
lovely.
I'm not going to be able to. I was going to see if I could get it through on the machine, but because it goes to be 2-3 dimensional, you can see what happens.
And you start to push.
Well, you start to kind of it starts to get a bit awkward because you've got a 3-dimensional piece here and you're going to start getting folds in the bottom. So by hand is for so.
Should we just slot that in there where you
Yeah,
have
that's
done
why I was
that?
just going to match it up.
That way around
There we go. So yeah, that ends up slotting really beautifully.
So that slots in there.
So you can kind of get the effect that we're going to get here.
And then, so these are using the bowl patterns that we just had on the screen for you there, $16.95, and then you just stitch around.
You would hand stitch, yeah, on the seam.
Beautiful.
I think I did both here. So I did a ladder stitch with this one, and you can hardly see any stitching. So this was all done by hand. And then that one I did on the machine. So I zigzagged all the way around the top. So you can, again, you can decide whether you want to, take the time and do it by hand, or you do have the option to do it a little bit quicker.
So that's your machine stitching.
Or if you're worried about your hand stitching and it's not so great, have a go with your machine as well.
And then, I mean, you might want to do that in sort of a raspberry-coloured thread and make a focus
pick it up and do a nice top stitching would be beautiful. Because you don't have to go over the edge because the edges are folded back.
Yes.
So you could set it down a little bit, or maybe even it would be fiddly, but again, I keep going on about the decorative stitches on here, but you do get options with decorative stitches, so why not run around the edge before you sew it together with a decorative stitch?
And so this is how it starts to come together.
Yeah.
So you'd snip off all your threads, obviously, but then you
we'll
just
hide them
start to
inside.
sew them all together.
Yeah.
So that then you've got your inside and your outside.
All covered. It's gonna look
Gorgeous.
Can't wait to get that finished.
Here we go. And then that will be the box lid, obviously, when it's all sewn together.
Yeah.
Over the top there.
You do have to, because obviously both of them are cut to the same size as well, you do have to kind of wiggle them a bit to make sure that they all end up
That's all right.
being the same, fitting inside one another. I did try with one of them, I traced off some pieces and made them a little bit smaller to see if that helped, but actually it didn't. It started to be a bit, they didn't fit so neatly together. So I would say, although it's it feels like a bit of a struggle, actually don't worry about it. They will fit in eventually.
There's a reason
they will
it's done.
move. Yeah, there's a reason they've done it that way.
Beautiful. I mean, six different bowls there. They're all on the website. The beautiful Tilda fabric. We've got 14 of the fat 8s for you today. £34.95. We've only got a few minutes left.
I know.
Do you want to show us how to just do
Yeah, I'm
those
just going to do one
together?
edge. So if I start this one, I can finish the rest off later. So I've done a knot in the end of my thread.
Yeah.
I'm just going to.
Oh, with your whizzy way that you showed us earlier.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm just going to come up through one side, and then I'm going to pop my thread through. This is a ladder stitch, like we were showing the other day, to do a. Come on now, there we go.
So the ladder stitch, some people call it
Invisible stitch.
invisible stitch. I call it ladder stitch because it's what it reminds me of. So you go along, they're like the handles,
Yeah.
and then you go across, which is the rungs, if you will.
Yes.
So that's how you ladder stitch. That's going to give you your invisible stitch, made with the Tilda fabric, $34.95. FWGQ02, which has been so popular this hour. If it's the first time that you've tried Tilda, you are going to absolutely love it.
There we go. So if I pull that apart, you can see what I'm doing. If I show that there, if I put my thumb behind it, you can see.
Yeah, so they're the rungs,
So rungs across, you're going in, straight across and up, in, straight across and up. And then what happens is that when you pull it, all of those stitches completely disappear to the inside.
It's clever.
It is. I love it. It's one of my favourite stitches, and I use it a lot for bag linings and things like that, where you've got to leave a hole to turn it through, but then you don't want anyone to know that that's what you've done. So you'll pop a ladder stitch in the bottom, and no one will ever know.
Sammy, thank you so much.
Thanks
I don't
for having
actually
me.
know where this morning's gone. Do you get to go
so
home now?
fast. I do. Yeah.
Hey, when are you back with us?
I want to say Sunday.
You can say that.
Yeah, I
It might be
think
truthful,
Sunday.
It might not. But yeah.
I'll double check. I'm going
Feels
for my
about
roast
right.
today. Yeah, I'm normally home for like 24 hours and then back again.
Hard-working lady, this
Yeah.
one. Thank you ever so much for joining us. We are practically out of time. Remember, you can continue to watch on the web, which is sewingquarter.com, or you can watch the whole thing again on YouTube and fast forward and rewind to get to the bit that you want to. You can add to your basket throughout the day, and as long as you check out, it's only 1 p.m.p. by the end of the day, just $2.95. Any problems, give us our free phone number a ring, 0800 112 4433. They are there, ready and willing to help and take your call. Join me again tomorrow when we will be a whole 2 weeks old.
No, that's gone so fast.
And we'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing, as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter.